Sure.
Everyone go. Make your test rolls. Test your might.
Damn it.
Let's see
Shit,
who
I
gets
always didn't do good at this
inspiration
game.
today.
8.
12. 13. Violently?
Got a good search
Aw,
going.
9.
No one got it today. Here, I'll roll as well. Let's see if I get inspiration.
No!
You
You're
not?
the DM.
I didn't get... That's true. I can always have inspiration. No. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome to another episode of War of the Shattered Sun, Exilia Regalia, whichever title you prefer. Hello, how are you today? I am your humble dumble master, the one and only pudding pastry, the farting tart, joined by my crew of Exilius Regalius. Say hi, Exilius Regalius.
Hi!
Hello there.
We've got the CGs.
Hello.
We've got the J-Frost 747s.
He's muted.
He is muted.
Sorry about that. I was digging into a bit of brownie because this is going to be a special game.
Hell yeah, it is. We got the Joe Mojos.
All right, can we at least roll some dice? Can we at least be cool about this?
We've got the Punkyard Dogs.
Hi.
We've got the Wicked River 97s.
Hello.
And we've got the Wolfstalker 16s.
Hello.
I think tonight we have a very special game tonight. It may be a little long. I was telling the goons, the squad before this game, that normally, that this session I have the most notes of any D&D game or any D&D session up to this point. Normally my sessions are under 2 pages long. Tonight's notes are 4.5. 4.5 pages.
I see.
So, tonight's gonna be a
Damn.
bit loaded. So, tonight we're gonna try to streamline things a bit to make sure everybody gets what they want, everybody gets to do, everybody gets their stuff done. So, with that being said, let me throw on a bit of music. We are actually today going to do our intros a bit differently. And as we address each player, we will go over what they did last time, if that is okay with everyone.
That sounds neat.
Yeah.
Huh? So?
Now, I have a particular order with how I would like to go through things tonight, but if the party wishes to argue and have me roll for it, I will allow it.
I have no issue.
I got no issue with going off a list.
Yeah.
Made the list.
Okay. Then tonight, we start with Corvin Alakir. Last time, Corvin, you found this time of rest to be an opportune moment to investigate into Ara's mother, the Siren. After asking around, you were approached by the doctor of the Cruel Lady, Zangil Gorman, who stated that Ara was not actually a big fan of her mother, as she apparently abandoned her not long after she was born. However, you decided not to abandon your train of thought and turned to a magical expert, Arxis, who offered to scry on her mother for you for a modest fee. However, after the ritual failed, his curiosity had been piqued. Thus, he offered you a different service. Lacking in funds, you came to an agreement, waiving the fee for his services in exchange for a favor, one that he promised to have you fulfill. With the deal done, and unbeknownst to the rest of the party that you may have signed them up for something potentially dangerous, he told you to come back tomorrow. For the sake of time, we're going to take you to the next day, if that is okay.
That's completely fine.
Okay. You wake up the next morning and you're going about your day, and you eventually find the right time to go and meet Arxis. You make your way on down to the third wish. As you open up the doors, you hear the familiar voice call to you, "Coming, coming!" And then
Hey, Tart.
yes.
Would it have been okay to... Because he would have been wrestling with the idea, like, for the rest of the evening. He would have tried to have Aura join him.
Okay. Okay. Alright. I'll say, for the sake of this, and I know this is asking a lot of you. Well, actually, I'll ask first. What is your argument to try to get her to come along? Do you tell her specifically that it involves her mother?
He's been open and honest with their relationship while I know, so yes.
Okay.
I believe see, I was thinking about it all week and I forgot my argument. I think he would have said, if I was separate, if I had no idea who my family was, I would hope that you would do the same for me.
Okay.
Why do you continue to look out into the pier and hope that she just waltzes onto your ship if you don't want to try and find her?
Okay. Go ahead and make me a flat persuasion check, which I know is difficult for you.
Oh my god, it's so fucking hard, bro.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. The purposes for this, I'm aiming to see if you get a nat one.
You know what? Fair enough.
Not a nat one,
that is
but
a
we know
20...
what that means.
It's a 23 though.
Yeah, we know what that means. College of Eloquence. It's fucking broken.
Totally not busted. Totally
So
not
how
busted.
come that doesn't show up on his thing though?
Because
Sorry, I'm
it's not a
mentioning
thing you
Roll
can
20
set.
now.
It's because it's a that programming wise that's a lot of work and hassle. Honestly, it's just easier for the player to keep track of it.
Yes. Corvin's new subclass, what it essentially means is that if he rolls a and I don't think there's a way to set this in roll 20, otherwise I'm gonna learn something today.
Not that.
Wait, can't you just add it to the charisma? And attribute. Sorry, I got
No.
sidetracked. Sorry.
Because what
No,
the
you're
subclass
fine.
ability allows is that if he with charisma based ability checks rolls below a 10 on the d20, it jumps up to a 10.
Yeah.
Rogues have a very similar
And-
feat for skills that they get at a certain level for things that they are proficient with.
Yeah, and like I said, it's you're fine. You were curious. It's just a lot of work on Roll20s, and
Yeah.
it's just a lot easier for the person to keep track of it.
So, with that being said, Ara begrudgingly agrees, and as you two enter the third wish the next day, she's kind of like, I really don't want to do this.
Listen, if this doesn't work, and there's a huge chance that this won't, you can hold this over me for decades, even centuries to come. And I won't say anything against it.
Well, that's a hard offer to refuse. Alright. I'll go with it for now. And as you two enter the third wish, you hear the familiar voice, Coming! Be with you in just a moment. I believe I know who that is. And then you see Arxis emerge
Oh, I hope
in
so.
his glorious nature, as he usually does. And he sees you, and he goes, "Oh, hello! My word, Corvin Alakir, you brought me a guest!" And you see Ara instinctually go to leave again.
Grabs her arm. Like he doesn't leave. Like he doesn't like face away from him. He just grabs her arm and tries to like rope her in.
Yeah. We're really doing this. "Hello, my dear. My name is Arxis. I am the proprietor here of the Third Wish. I presume Corvin has told you all about me." And Ara looks at Arxis and goes, "He's told me some things. I'm Ara." "Oh, so you're the lovely Miss Thorn. I've heard a thing or two about you. Come in, come in! Please, both of you, make yourselves comfy." And you see two, like, saucers with little cups of tea float their way down towards you two.
Grabs one immediately.
Ara kind of, like, swats it away, just kind of like, not like trying to smash it, but just kind of like, no, thank you. Arxis looks at you, Corvin, and goes, "So, I have good news and I have bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" And you hear Ara go, "Oh, fucking come on."
Let's begin with the bads. At least then we could end on a high note.
The bad news is I got a little overexcited, and so I didn't wait. The good news is that I got exactly what you needed.
So you found her.
Oh, I most certainly did. And you're going to be very interested in what I have discovered. Please.
I hope you jotted some of this down as he kind of follows.
Please, right this way. You will see just how deep this rabbit hole goes. He leads you to... Corvin, you're familiar with where he's taking you. He's taking you back to that room where he tried to perform the ritual yesterday. Ara's kind of like looking around as the three of you make your way into a back room. And you see in the midst of a glowing circle, the same circle that you saw the day before, a orb, large, probably about yoga ball sized, just kind of floating in the middle of the room. It looks similar on the surface to maybe like a crystal ball, in that it's got like that like solid surface, but you can like see through it, quote unquote, through it, like you can see into it. You,
Alrighty.
Corvin, see a very familiar face. Refined, beautiful, a head of beautiful red hair. Your thoughts become clouded. You start to become enraged. You think about how this can't be true. And then it hits you. You begin to notice details about this woman that you don't recognize. Freckles across the face. Older in her years, perhaps late 40s, mid 50s. But still radiant in her beauty. The biggest difference you notice, a lot less hair. Rather than long and wavy like you are familiar with, her hair is shorter. It's been cut into a sort of messy bob. And rather than that elegant red dress you are oh so familiar with, she sits in a sort of leather pant, a puffy white shirt bound by a black leather corset. She is sitting behind a desk and seems to be writing something. You see Ara kind of look over this woman as well, and there's a similar expression of first rage, but then confusion. What was your response to this, Corvin?
upon thinking that it is who he thinks it is, he just kind of... He seems very flabbergasted, curious, kind of all at the same time. Like, he kind of stammers. And, like, is it okay to, like, approach the orb at all?
You certainly can.
He is, like, going around the entirety of the orb, just trying to study it as best he can, trying to figure out what is going on here. Like it. Also trying to see if there's like any kind of like identification on this woman.
As you are kind of circling around the orb, it's almost like looking like through a. It's almost like you're looking at like the same point of focus from different angles, kind of like a. I forget what the term would be. Is it periscopic? I don't think periscopic is the word I'm looking for. But as you begin to kind of like move around, you can sort of make better, like, you begin to see the things around her more clearly. She looks to be sitting in some sort of office, study perhaps. Big wooden desk, a bookshelf or two to the right of her. It looks normal. You can see Arxis off to the side, who is tongue-in-cheek, just kind of standing there, letting you take in the moment. Fascinating, isn't it? Her name?
More than you can...
Go ahead.
He was about to say more than, and then he said her name, and I'm like, and then he just immediately shuts up.
Her name is Aubergine Greylove. Formerly, Lydia Eberhardt. Twin sister to Marissa Eberhardt, who was burned at the stake by her workers and her people during the Xandarian War. And you hear Ara at this point go, yeah, we know. Oh.
We have very intimate knowledge of Marissa. Some of us more than others. That I wish I could scrub from my memory. Looking on that one. Anywho, also, Tart, can I get a spelling on
yes,
aubergine? Thank you.
Aubergine Greylove. And then I'll give you Lydia Eberhardt, but I'm sure you can figure it out. Oh, well, I certainly didn't expect that. Then surely you know that now she is the last living member of an arms empire. I figured that would pique your interest.
It complicates things, actually. Complicates a lot of things. Where is she?
He pulls out a small piece of paper from his back pocket, and he hands it to you. And you see as Ara, like a fucking, like a cat, like just snatches it from him. And she immediately opens up and unfolds it. You can see he kind of
would have handed it off to her anyway, yeah, so.
Yeah. He kind of is taken a bit back by it, and he kind of shakes his hand. She is living a very humble life in a house in Mistra, in the Divine God, I am all over the place today. The Divine Isles. As to why she's there or what exactly she's doing, unfortunately, that's where my knowledge ends. But I got you a name, I got you a location, and I figured you could probably put the pieces together from there.
What was that city name again?
Mistra. It's a little hard to see, may need to zoom in, but it is down here on the map.
That's why Lily's face was blocking it.
I'm sorry. I have a big head.
I
have a big head and little arms.
Bobblehead syndrome.
Funko Pops drop.
Okay. So, I do thank you for doing just about everything, honoring my request, and I will, to the best of my ability, and whatever this favor is, I will do that. But we need to be presented with what we're working with first.
And what do you have in mind exactly?
I don't know. What do you got?
Well, I may or may not, and you see another, like, rolled up piece of paper for me, say, I may or may not have this morning crafted a scroll of teleport that is just begging for an owner. Oh, what is this? And you see another one pop up next to it. Oh my! It has a twin sister, much like Aubergine.
Less of that, please. Surprisingly, trust and believe. I love your theatrics, but not the best time.
You see Ara, like, kind of like gripping the note in her hand, like, almost like taking every, like, essence of her body to just not deck Arxis in the face right now.
Mentally gestures towards Ara.
Right.
But he doesn't say anything.
Course. But, for real, I figured that this might be important to you both, so I did conjure up these 2 scrolls for you. Well, I conjured up one of them, the other one was actually just sitting around. But, I figured if you wanted to, you could go investigate.
Kind of just takes the scrolls.
My only request is that you absolutely let me know how it goes. I am dreadfully fascinated. And you see Ara she looks at the note and she looks at the scrolls. And she kind of looks off into the corner.
We'll let you know what. He kind of stops. If we find anything of note, we will. And it's not too personal. We will definitely share. But at this point, this is becoming a very touchy issue, and I hope you honor and respect our privacy.
Why, yes, of course, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, why don't I give you to the room? Well, I think I actually just heard a customer come in. I will be with you both in a few minutes. Or maybe I won't, who knows. Coming, dear! And they exit the room out to the front of the shop where you hear them having conversation with someone.
Orvin immediately kind of just sinks to the floor, puts his hands on his head. He's definitely thinking of everything and any kind of like outcome of this, and he is kind of in a mild panic attack.
Ara kind of sinks down to the floor next to you. So, was it worth it?
I was only doing this to try and help you, but this got way too complicated way too quick. I need a moment.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
I'm so sorry.
Honestly, Corbin, I think you're probably in a better spot than I am right now. Or in a worse spot than I am right now. And you see she pulls out a small flask from inside her jacket pocket. And she unscrews it, takes a sip, she offers it to you.
Immediately takes it. Like, he has never like wanted to drink more than at this particular moment, which says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
he will kind of just like try and situate himself. What turned into just a token of gesture is now like a nice gesture for a loved one is now being turned into some sort of scouting mission.
Sounds like to me, as she's kind of screwing the cat back on the flask, that we both have questions that need to be answered.
He'll just kind of look towards her. Do you think she knows that her sister's not only somewhat in the realm of the living, but is also responsible for everything that happened on the lake?
Well, it sounds to me that there is only one way to find out. And she kind of puts her hand on your wrist that has the scrolls in them. I'm not a fan of this idea. In fact, I really fucking hate it. But, both of our sakes, I feel like it's something we probably need to do.
He does stop to think about the rest of the group. If you don't mind, she's not really going anywhere.
That's true.
Would it be okay if we hang on to investigate later?
We certainly can. I'd rather go sooner now that the knowledge is there, but I don't mind waiting either.
He'll stop. He'll shoot a message to... Actually, kind of above game. I don't mean to take up too much time. Was he ever told how soon the eclipse is going to be?
You know that it's in about 3 days. But you also know that teleport works instantaneously.
Yeah, I figured that. I just didn't... Mentally, my timetable was all screwed.
Well, actually, it was 3 days yesterday, so now it would be 2 nights from now.
And this sounds like a day trip on paper. He'll kind of contemplate,
also,
kind of trying to...
I will say, you will also know, well, we haven't gotten through over the events yet in-game. You would know at this point that Flit is currently MIA. We'll get to that.
He does stop after he says all of that. He's definitely gonna stop, kind of trying to do the mental organization and planning, and essentially accessing his mental calendar. Actually, I think we could do this today.
I mean, if you're...
Yeah, I'm not needed for another 2 days, actually. Yeah, why not?
I mean, that works for me. We can make a day event. Figure out what's going on.
Do some sights, eat some decent food, and hopefully close a chapter.
That was
and open a new
chapter.
one. Yeah. I have theories, and I hate every single one of them. May as well. He'll just kind of put the scrolls in like his jacket pocket and crack his neck a bit, trying to like situate himself up as if nothing happened. He'll kind of have a mischievous grin and kind of begin like he'll begin like messing up his own hair.
What are you doing?
I need a little bit of fun after all of this. And he just walks out the door.
Oh, hell. And she is right after you. Where are you going, per se?
out of the back room, kind of into the front, and if he sees Arxis behind the counter, he's going to like do like one of like that. He's going to like sling his arm around Arxis and say, "Oh, darling, you kept us waiting too long, so we had to finish without you. We have to be on our way. Bye."
As you go out to the front, Arxis is in the middle of a conversation with a what appears to be a larger tiefling individual. Big red skin. Seems to be androgynous. You can see they have a big battle axe on their back. And Arxis looks at you and goes, "Oh, don't worry, dear. I'm sure I'll find fun somewhere." And their gaze slowly turns back to the red tiefling.
Don't stay up too late, darling. As he kind of just like practically dances his way out of the door.
"Oh, no promises." And you see Ares rolling her eyes as she follows you.
I know that face. That's the why am I with this idiot face?
So, I'm clear. You are planning to use these scrolls today, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then we are going to go ahead and do that, if that is alright.
Oh, sure.
Sort of streamline things a bit. You and Ara find a good place, probably back in like her quarters on the ship, to use these scrolls, and you pull it out. There's in the typical fashion of teleportation with that you guys have experienced, there's that big flash of light, and you two are suddenly in the midst of a busy street square. You can see that there is fruit all over the place, fruit stalls. You can see there are some vendors who are like trying to like sell like some strange exotic meat, but you know it's probably just fucking like beef with food coloring in it or something. You can see that the roads are heavily padded in this beautiful like square, like it's not quite tile, but it's like smooth stone. It's the atmosphere reminds you very much like Aramor, which you have been to when I believe just once now when you saw Ravon fight Aegis.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's very similar in aesthetic to that, but you have an address. Go ahead, and with advantage, go ahead and make me a investigation check to try and locate this home.
Uh, 23.
Okay. You begin kind of like comparing street names, and you at one point kind of turn around to tell Ara, like, I think it's this way, and you can see as she very sneakily swipes a apple from a fruit vendor. She swipes two. She hands one off to you. She takes a bite of hers. Awesome.
He takes a bite of his own. How are you feeling?
I'm not gonna answer that for the sake of we are in public. She takes another bite.
At any point you need to leave, we do have a second scroll. You can come back whenever you feel. Whenever you feel like you're ready.
Dad didn't raise no quitter.
That is very true, and I love that about you.
Good, you should.
As he kind of...
Because I'm going to be honest, I'm struggling not to punch you as well.
I mean, if it would make you feel better,
it wouldn't.
I've taken bigger hits. Okay.
I'm not mad at you. I should clarify. I'm not mad at you. I should clarify again.
No, believe me, I understand. It's just... This is almost 30 years. All at once.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to, I don't know, just trying to make sure that you're emotionally there and just looking out for you.
I am emotionally somewhere. I will update you on that as we go along. But I do want you to know that I do appreciate what you've been trying to do for me, even if you are a big dumb idiot.
I don't know. I can perfectly recall everything within the month's time as of the other day. So
It's crazy how that works.
yeah, it's crazy how that works. Shifty eyes. So we
You
can.
guys at level 12.
Anyway, so he's just going to kind of lead her towards the address.
Okay. You walk out. You walk up the street on the address, and you find the house you're looking for. It is a modest house. Nothing too large, but certainly not in like a poor part of the city. Modest. You go up and you kind of look across the door, and it's made of a nice wood. Nara goes, "Okay, before you do this, just give me a moment. I made cue cards for this, is what I'm telling myself, because I have no fucking idea what I'm doing." You can see she's like cracking her neck, cracking her knuckles, kind of rolling her shoulders. Okay. Alright, I'm good. I'm ready.
He's
Well, I'm
gonna
not ready,
pull her in
but
for a hug.
I'm here.
Yeah, Corbin's gonna pull her in for a hug and kind of just whisper in her ear, "You got this. I'm here for you if you need anything."
I guess that actually answers my next question. Are you going in with me?
I would hope so.
Okay, I thought so, but I wanted to make sure. Because I know there are like all those times in like the storybooks where, you know, something like this happens and the guy's like, "I will be out here for you," and it's all like romantic and ominous, and honestly, I fucking hate that shit.
Like, I'm not going to lie to you, that's nice and all, and yes, it's good for the flowery text, but I'm too much of a curious little bitch to not see this through.
Yeah,
So,
like that one writer, fucking, what's his name? Valek Wayron, he's a fucking real piece of work.
It's a
He
bit
got a lot of
wordy
flowery
sometimes,
language, but gross.
sometimes simplicity is key, but we're kind of going on a bit of a tangent.
Yeah, that's neither here nor
He
there.
will knock on the. Well, he says that as she says that he's knocking on the door.
Yeah. As you knock on the door, you hear from him, it's like, it sounds like a dog that you have disturbed.
Sounds like a big puppy.
There is the sound of skittering on what sounds like a wooden the familiar skittering of paws on a wooden floor as you hear a thump, as it sounds like the dog is ran into the back of the door.
Bless this sweet summer child.
What, are you telling me that your dog doesn't do that? Is that just Nugget? Idiot. Anyways.
Listen, I'm not saying anything here or there. I'm also not saying Thor may have also taken my fucking door off of its fucking hinges today.
I should say it's not like the dog ran at the door at full force. It sounds like they ran up to it and they couldn't quite stop, so they kind of like slid into it. It was a small thump, but you hear the dog followed by footsteps and another voice. Oliver, and the dog slowly begins to calm down. Boy, get back. And you hear the door slowly coming undone, and it opens a little bit, and then it slams again. Get back, I said. Slowly opens again, and you see the woman that you saw in the scrying orb. She looks at you both, and she goes, "Hi, how can I help you?" You can see she has a set of like reading glasses on, and it kind of, you've seen her now once already, but it still kind of hits you like a fucking truck seeing the resemblance of her sister in her eyes.
Like
the casualness, I don't know if that's a word, in her expression as she addresses you two.
He definitely has, at first, he definitely has like a bit of a twitch, but that kind of fades away as soon as he realizes, oh wait, this is not her. This isn't Marissa whatsoever.
Yeah.
And he will kind of clear his throat. I'm sorry, Ms. Greylove.
Yes, that's me. And Corvin, what's your passive perception?
Not terribly great. 14.
Okay. As you're beginning this conversation with her, you notice her eyes kind of dart to Ara, and they stick more than once.
Above game, because I can't find it in my notes. Ara's dad's name. I can't find his first name.
You don't have it.
Ah, that
you were
makes
never
sense.
given his first name.
Damn it, Reed. Anyway,
that, I will say specifically, that is something that, in terms of conversation with Ara regarding her dad, that is something she has intentionally left out. I would say you wouldn't notice that enough at this time, especially with keen mind, to tell that it is intentional, not accidental.
Concern for later. He will kind of just rip the band-aid off. We came in from Dragon's Reach. Does a Captain Thorn ring any bells?
No, I don't believe it does. I'm sorry, who are you two?
Sight, please then.
Insight, go for it.
26.
Hard to read.
My curiosity has been piqued. I do apologize, madam. It's just that we, he's just kind of like, the natural, like, trying to figure out some sort of, like, story to come up with. Just kind of just fades away. He just kind of just blatantly says, Madam, my name is Corvin Alakia. This is Ara. Your daughter.
You hear Ara go, wow, fucking smooth. Like, almost like fed up, like, okay. Guess we're dropping any act we may have had. I don't even know. And you can see the woman's face is just... It's a mixture of awestruck and also fear. Ara turns to her. Yes, I am your daughter. And Aubergine kind of looks at the two of you and quietly she goes, okay, that's certainly not what I was expecting. Maybe you two should come inside. And she opens the door for you, and you see behind her a a very large, very happy-looking German Shepherd who is sitting on his rumpus.
Oh. That is above game.
Okay.
Because y'all know me, I love big dogs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good boys.
Yeah. Good boys. And he will kind of head right on. Actually, he'll try to take Ara's hand if she allows.
She'll allow it.
And he will lead her on in.
Okay. You both are led in, and she kind of guides you over to what looks like a living room or like a sitting room or something. A small fireplace, a couple pieces of furniture, a couch big enough for the two of you to sit on, and she goes, "I'm going to make some tea. Would you both like some?" And Ara goes, "I hate tea." And you see Aubergine kind of smirk a bit. "I do as well."
I'll also try. You cut out just a little bit.
Did I?
She would like what? Yes. Just.
Would you
just a
two
smidge.
like some tea? Oh, I know why. Because I fucking forgot to turn on my sensitivity for game day. Would you two like some tea? Ara looks to her and goes, "I truthfully hate tea." And Aubergine looks at her with a bit of a smirk and goes, "I do too."
Some water would just be fine.
She kind of nods, and she's gone for about a minute. Ara kind of turns to you. "I don't know how I feel about this. I'm getting the jitters. You know what happens when I get the jitters?"
Yeah, someone gets decked in the face, and I'm kind of the closest in proximity, so he'll just kind of take both of her hands and just give him a squeeze.
"It's either you or the dog. I'm not about to punch that dog. Shit's adorable."
At this point, yes, very cute. At
You
this
both
point,
you can see that the dog has kind of come up next to you both and just kind of sat down expectantly. Alright.
At that point, he would just kind of.
Go ahead.
He would just scritch the top of the head for like a second and
Yeah.
just kind of go back to his seat.
Aubergine comes back with somewhat is definitely not tea. Perhaps an alcoholic beverage of some sort, and some water. And she hands a cup to Ara, who sniffs it and goes, "Yeah, I hate tea." And she takes a sip of it. "Oh yeah, yep, yeah, that's tea." She looks at you and she goes, "I don't know if you know, but tea is a sailor's drink. Fun fact."
See, I didn't actually. I was brought up in a more a very notable family, and that was mostly for conversational pieces.
Aubergine goes, "Yes, it is 99% rum, and 1%, I believe the term is stubbornness." And Ara actually chuckles at that. It goes, yeah, that is the saying. Aubergine sits down across from you two, and she goes, How did you find me? I guess is the first question.
Corvin will just kind of clear his throat. I asked around the docks near Dragon's Reach, and I got a couple of people to get some caricatures, as well as, well, I technically spied on you via magical means.
That was more what I was expecting. Right. And you're not here to kill me.
No, why would I be here to kill you?
I just have to cover all bases. There's a reason why I left, and she goes to take a sip. Alright,
Can I have insight to see if there's anything deeper on that?
I was wondering about that. You left. Aubergine goes, I did. Ara kind of is quiet for a moment. They're both kind of quiet for a moment, and Ara goes, you gonna explain that? And you can see she's like trying. No insight check required. She's trying her hardest not to fucking like yell or rage or anything.
Just grabbing her hand and just giving it a squeeze.
Yeah. She has a very tight grip on your hand right now. I guess I should cut the bullshit, as they say, and just get right to it, shouldn't I? My name is Lydia Eberhardt. That's what it was. I am the... You can see she kind of thinks for a moment. I am the last living member of the Eberhardt bloodline. After my sister was burned at the stake. Corvin, go ahead and roll insight.
Can do.
I'm sure you want to, but I'm just going to go ahead and let you do it.
26 once more.
She is withholding stuff, and with a check that high, you can put together why she's withholding it. It's because it doesn't make sense, but you already know the truth. To a normal person, the truth wouldn't make sense, but to you it does. That truth being that her sister is dead, and then she wasn't.
Oh, okay. I was confused about.
Yeah, I realize I should probably clarify.
Things. Thank you for that.
Yep, I got you.
He'll kind of squint at that, actually. And pray tell, I don't mind to derail this conversation a little, but what was she burned at the stake for?
Well, the Eberhardt legacy is, in a word, in my opinion, shameful. It was built upon the blood and degradance of the innocent, all to turn a fucking profit. My sister was burned at the stake because her workers, her people, our neighbors, got tired of her methods. Ara kind of sets the cup down in front of her and goes, I can tell when someone's hiding information, so I'm just gonna, for all intents and purposes, I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off. You know she's alive. And so do we. Okay. Oh. I was trying really hard to avoid that topic, but if you already knew, I guess there's nothing to hide, is there?
Well, it mostly raises a lot more questions.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. But that's neither here nor there. To regale you the story of my childhood, our house was, like I said, built upon the blood and degradance of the innocent. It was all to turn a profit, and I wanted no part of that. I grew up very differently than my twin sister. When I was young, I would go out to the beach and play my tiny harp and sing. Corvin, as she says that, you kind of look above, and on the mantelpiece, above the fireplace, there is a handheld, like a mobile harp above, like a lute. No, I don't think lute is the word. Is lute the word? Hold on. Lute.
A lute is more
lute
like
is
a technical guitar.
One of
Lute
those
is,
like like what I'm talking about, like the smaller harps. Not like the big
you.
like fuck all like having to play with two
like
hands harps.
Like a little hand harp, yeah.
Lyre.
That's the one.
That's the word. CG, you get inspiration.
Hooray!
Which I may start doing when I can't think of words. TBH. So, honestly, probably a bad idea, but we'll find out.
It means you gotta keep up with yourself, Tart.
I know. It is putting expectation on myself.
Push to be better.
Yep.
Be better, bitch.
Dictionary. Yeah.
You got this.
I would go
Open
out.
a dictionary.
I would go. Just have a dictionary on the table as we play. I would go out to the beach and play my lyre, and I would sing. It was the only solace I had from the life I was being forced to live. I would come home and my father, our father, would scold me, saying how it was unbefitting of me. And you see she kind of like wiggles her fingers at that. But all I wanted was to pursue my two loves, song and sea. So, when I was of age, I hopped up on a ship and sailed as far as I could. I ended up in Greycott, here in Asterios, which Corvin you are familiar with, and started performing in bars and on street corners to make ends meet, to make some sort of living. But if you know Greycott, you know it is unforgiving, and I saw a number of atrocities there. So, once I had the money, I left. Making my way north, performing in every small town and itty-bitty village I came across, singing for the sailors on the coast who would come in from long journeys, hoping to give them some form of rest. Nara at this point is like, yeah, that's about what I've heard. Dad never, he never told me how you guys came to be, though. Well, your father. How do I go about saying this? Men fawned over me. A lot. A lot. And you can see there's a small look of disgust on her face. But my heart only ever went out to my dear old Belle. Captain Beldeer Thorn is how he introduced himself to me, and I will give you spelling for that. He thought he was so smooth, trying to make his moves on me, but I could see right through him. I could see through everyone. It was one of my, admittedly, very useful talents that my father taught me. But I don't know. There's something about him, something that nobody else can match up to. I don't know if it was his smugness or his machismo. And you can see Ara kind of snickers at that. But part of me cracked. And I went with it. I figured, why not? You know, have a bit of fun. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, oh well. And then, several months later, I found out I was pregnant. Sorry, misread. Several years later, she found out she was pregnant, not months.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. That was me misreading my notes.
It's all good.
And that was when everything changed. I was happy. I was hopeful. Until I received a visit from a ghost. My dear old sister, Marissa. Who, you know, I had heard about what happened to her. I didn't pity her. I didn't pity what happened to her father either. He was poison. My sister had always been ruthless from a young age. What was that?
He'll just kind of mumble, probably by Marissa herself.
Probably. She had always been ruthless, even from a young age, even when we were growing up. That's why Dad put her in charge so early on. But, part of me, very small part of me, admittedly, was happy to see her, you know? My sister back from the dead. It was a whole thing. And then, you know what the first thing she said to me was? It wasn't, hello, it wasn't, hi, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in 10 years now. You're pregnant. Mazel tov. No. She asked me how long. And I thought she meant how long until the pregnancy. No. She had the audacity to ask me how long it was until she could take over the Empire. Our empire that, admittedly, we didn't have much of anymore. I was disgusted, as you can rightfully imagine. And Corvin, as this is going on, Ara's just, she's leaned over, kind of got her hands together, and she's just listening intently.
Yeah, he's just kind of doing the same at this point.
Yeah.
Although, I will... He's doing this, but his hand has still not left Ara's.
Yeah. I was pregnant with someone that I loved, and all she cared about was keeping our legacy going. And then she told me that when the child was born, she would come and take it from me. And at the time, I knew there wasn't going to be anything I could do to stop her. I already knew how powerful she was with magic. We both are. And you see she kind of flickers her hand a bit and a little bit of magic pops out. A little bit of, like, a spark. It was something we were born with. But she had always been better than me. I was scared. So, and you can see at this, you can see her eyes beginning to well up a bit. Months later, when you came, that night, I gathered my things, knowing that she would come for me, come for you, and I ran. She found me, of course. But she's not the only one with the silver tongue. I was able to convince her that I had miscarried and that your father, in turn, beat me. It wasn't true, of course, but she seemed to believe it. And so I ran. I haven't seen her since then. Part of me doesn't even know she believes it. You can see she kind of wipes her under her eyes and she sniffles a bit. So that's what happened. I didn't want to leave, but how could I stay? Knowing what she would have put you through, what she would have... And you can see she begins to tear up again. I couldn't do that to you. I couldn't let you become her or what I almost was. Nara at this point goes, yeah, she's a real bitch, isn't she? Oh, you've met your auntie? And with admittedly a look of worry, she'd burned down my boat. Ara says with nodding a little bit.
Unknowingly so, she and a few of her group were responsible for sinking, well, her father, your former lover's ship. It's been rebuilt, but the gesture is still noted.
Right. Huh. Well, I guess it's good that it doesn't seem that she's onto you, but that is still worrying. Ara looks at her and goes, I guess I can accept that. You don't want to leave, but you had to. I've certainly had to make calls like that before. And Aubergine looks at her and goes, you said you're a boat. You're a sailor then. Yeah. Just like Dad. And, how was your father? Ara just kind of shakes her head. I figured, but that was hopeful. I'm sorry, dear. Ara, at this point, stands up. I'm going to take a walk. That's okay? Yeah, that's...
Here, let me, He'll just stand up. Here, let me join you. It's... No offense, it's just a little stuffy in here. Sorry.
It's quite alright. I know there's not much I can say or do, but... And she kinda just lets it go. Kinda just out into the air. Yeah. I know. And Ara leaves. You follow. For the sake of streamlining things a bit. Because we've been going for a bit. Ara...
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Which I knew this was going to happen because this is one of the longer things that I wanted to do today. That's why we're doing it first. Ara, for the next about 12 hours, begins to struggle with it. With the facts and the thoughts that she has been... the facts and evidence that she has been presented with, and cracks in a way. But the two of you together are able to fight through it, and eventually you are able to come back, and Ara is able to confront her mother in amicable terms. Ara eventually comes to forgive her. Somewhat, at least. She tells her mother that she'll need a bit of time to think on things, but clarifies that she doesn't hate her. That she never did, that she just wanted to know why she left. Aubergine clarifies that, well, she has no love for her sister. Which you kind of gathered already from the story she told. And said if...
Just a bit.
Yeah. And told not only you but her that... Or not only her but you, that if both needed a place to stay or ever wanted to visit, that you both would be welcome. The next couple days are filled with you and Ara taking a bit of a mini vacation in a city you've never been to before. A lot of nice food, a lot of beautiful sights, as it is an ocean city. Ara even sneaks away from you once or twice to go and visit her mother again. The next 2 days are peaceful. But as the lunar eclipse approaches, you both eventually do have to head back. And thus you do.
Before we close, he will just kind of say, like, before they head back to her ship, this settles it.
One more time, sorry, because I was dying.
No, you're fine. He says, he just looks, like, he doesn't even look at her, he just kind of, like, looks at the ground and just says, this just settles it, then. And then he just kind of looks right on up. I'm going to kill that woman.
You're gonna have to beat me to it.
If I don't find her first.
We'll make a game of it. I like games.
Oh, madam, playing games with the Fae is a dangerous proposition. I hope you can handle it. As he just kind of gives her like a very coy grin.
Oh, you know I live for danger.
Gives her a kiss and then uses the scrolling to teleport back.
Okay. And with that, we are going to move on, if that is okay.
Completely fine with me.
Okay. Up next, Rovan.
Yes, sir.
Last time, in the midst of this... And last time, in the midst of what would normally be a time of rest... Actually, let me change the music real quick. As we've had this going for a bit. What would normally be a time of rest for most, you instead decided to get to work. You did a multitude of things. You taught Skrit and Fi about the wonders of cooking. You spoke with Kieran about how you guys need to stay in town until the ritual on Sarah is complete. And most importantly, you learned from Theon that there is another very important part to the ritual that he wants you to complete. Something that would greatly improve the success rate of the ritual. He would send you in to distract Zygmotis while the ritual was completed. He warned you that it would be extremely dangerous, but accentuated how much good it would do for Sarah. He also warned you that while you could tell your friends, due to the nature of Zygmotis, it would cause them to become more powerful. You opted not to tell your friends, as it would cause them to become more powerful.
Yep.
You opted not to tell your friends, and that when the time comes to send you all in, you now have time to prepare for what's to come. You were told about the interim Master Armorer, Pennington Winthrop. I presume you would like to go visit them.
I would.
Okay. You go down to where you believe you can find them, and you see there is a halfling man, sort of white, kind of scraggly, but still I guess unkempt would be the word. Slicked back white hair. They seem to have like overalls and like a smock on. They are currently bent over, scrounging through a box, going, where is it? Where is that? Ah! What do you do?
Ravon will calmly walk in and he will ask, looking for something, Master Amuro.
Ah! Woo! Don't do that! As they turn around, they face you. The halfling man has big, like, bulging goggles on. Honestly, their appearance and demeanor kinda similar to Nicholas in a way.
I apologize. I did not mean to scare you.
It's alright, just please don't do it again. Whew! Got the heart going. How can I help you? You're one of the new folks staying in the castle, I believe. You and your friends.
That is correct.
You are the new members of the Vanir Guard, and none of you have come to visit me. I must say, I'm a bit offended.
Master Amuro, it has been a very hectic time.
I know, I'm just giving you grief. But I presume if you're here to see me now, you need something made. Isn't that right? Or perhaps improved? And then you see his gaze kind of look down to his sword. Oh, that. He looks down to Raikiri. That is a beautiful blade. Oh, Rhodesia would love that.
Who?
My apologies. I sometimes forget my station. Rhodesia Nashir, and I will give you the spelling for that, was the, still is, technically, the Master Armorer. But she left on pilgrimage 3 years ago, and she still hasn't come back. So, I've been in her place since then. But hopefully you'll get to meet her one day, and she would love to meet you. And you see, rather than pointing at you, he points down at the sword, at Raikiri.
It is understandable. Raikiri is very unique.
I can tell. Oh, I can tell. Oh, questions for later. Sorry, you need something. What can I assist you with?
First and foremost, what are you looking for? If you do not mind me inquiring.
Oh, I'm just looking for a tool. Nothing serious, don't you worry about it. Some tools sometimes get lost around here.
Would you need any help looking for it?
No. It's quite alright. However, if you could actually... He points over to a shelf. If you wouldn't mind grabbing that box up from the top, that'd be swell. And he gives you kind of like the finger, like, okay symbol.
Of course. Ravon will walk over to the shelf and grab the box to hand off to the gentleman below him.
Yeah, you hand it off to him and he kind of takes it from you. Oh, thank you so much. You know, I'm quite short and you're, quite tall. But I presume, and he goes over and he sets it on like a workbench. I presume this is perhaps a job? Maybe? I hope? Perhaps maybe involving a possibly magic or non-magical sword? And you can see his eyes are kind of lingering on Raikiri.
You would have to ask Raikiri themselves, but a little bit here, a little bit there, and more.
I like it. I like it.
Ravon will immediately... I'd assume there's like a place to sit.
Yeah, there are plenty of like stools and chairs around.
Alright. Ravon will immediately take a seat, and just so I make sure I have this in my notes. The current armor masterer, his name is...
Pennington Winthrop. Pennington Winthrop, who is currently taking up the mantle of armor from Rhodesia Nashir while she is away.
Got it. Just want to make sure I have that in both my notes for this weekend.
Good, homie.
Alright. Sir Pennington, you'll have to forgive me, but I have 2 unorthodox requests.
Alright, I'm interested.
Myself and my compatriots will be embarking upon a mission of great peril. One whose nature is to be more of the clan this time.
He kind of claps his hands a little bit. I like great peril. It's good for business.
Well,
Don't let any of the other people in the castle hear me say that, though.
Your secret is safe with me. But because of this, there's a great need to prepare for the oncoming storm. Thus, 2 requests are to be brought to your attention.
I see. I think I know where this is going. And I'm going to stop you a little short, if that's alright. I am a very talented armorer. However, and I hate to do this to myself, I'm not quite up to snuff that my predecessor is. A number of already magical weapons are out of my line of expertise. Like, as much as I love that sword and would love to work on it, I don't think there is much I can necessarily do with it. However, soldiers need armor, soldiers need swords. And if you're coming to me, you're looking for better swords and better armor. So I will tell you what. If you or your friends, who I have also not met, want to come by and pass off any non-magical items that you may have, any non-magical armor, weapons, whatever, if you want to bring those to me, I can certainly do my best to improve them, make them so they got a little more kick to them, or I guess in terms of armor, a little bit more safety. Above game, what he's offering is that if you bring him any non-magical weapons or armor, he will upgrade them to +1 for anyone in the party.
Ravon will nod and keep that in mind. I am understandable for this.
I can also work on some stuff that is already magical. However, my expertise is admittedly a bit limited, and it may be a bit touch and go. I can try, but I can't guarantee results. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. However, that is technically why I'm here to ask a favor of you from this. In terms of weaponry, and he kind of puts a hand on Raikiri, I am currently alright with this one. However,
I'm sure you are.
There is 1 weapon and 2 pieces of armor that I am looking to both upgrade and one day have forged.
Oh?
First, Rovan will pull out Tempest Bane.
Okay. Okay. Ooh. You pull out Tempest Bane and you can see that I forget, are you attuned to Tempest Bane?
I am.
Okay. There are some small sparks coming off of Tempest Bane as you take it, as you pull it out, and he looks over it. Ooh, that is quite remarkable. That's Divine Isles? Yes?
Straight from the Divine Isle Forges.
Yeah, you were one of them royal families. I could tell by the shape of the hilt and the engravings on it. That is splendid craftsmanship.
Specialized working. Bronze. Mixed in with a bit of Damascus steel.
Oh, I love it. Oh, you're saying... If we weren't on the internet, I'd be saying words that that someone would certainly enjoy.
I love you, homie.
So you want this upgraded then, yes?
Yes. I'm looking to see if it is possible to not only get the weapon a more lethal edge. As you can see, it is infused with enough Tempest-based magics. And he kind of just, gives it a gentle tap onto the ground to let the electricity fly.
Yeah, a spark kind of flies out and he goes, please don't damage my floor.
Forgive.
That's alright. I love seeing shit like this. But, please, floors. Somebody's gotta clean that. It ain't gonna be me.
I understand. Lightning damage is hard to scrub out.
You no lie there.
The second is a future project, and while I understand you are hesitant upon it, this is something that I am in great need of.
Oh.
Realizing what we are fighting. And Ravan will kind of motion towards both his shield and his breastplate, as well as the other small pieces of armor.
Okay.
This armor serves well, but
there's always the but. Yep. Don't worry, big man, I got you. What are you thinking? Are you thinking you want an improvement on this set, or do you think you want a new set? Perhaps some good old-fashioned plate armor? I know how you paladins get about your plate armor.
I'm looking to turn this all, at least he points to the armor, into plate armor.
Conversions! I like it. I will admit, converting is going to take more time than just passing off a set of plate armor that I may or may not have around. But I can do it, if that is what you're looking for.
I am. But now comes the unorthodox bit.
I like unorthodox. Hit me.
What if I were to provide to you already forged plate armor to be able to be infused together with my armor?
Fusion. I like your form of unorthodox, good sir. I'm sorry. I don't think I ever got your name.
Rovan.
Rovan
Sionis.
Rovan Sionis. A fine name, a fine name. I'll tell you what. You bring me this set of plate armor, whatever you have specifically in mind. You give me the ideas that you are wanting, and I will see what I can do. Does that work for you?
Of course. Right now the armor is being used by quarry that I must confront one day.
Oh well, we can't have that. No quarries here. This is a quarry-free zone. However, if you're waiting on the armor, I could maybe do a couple tricks on that shield you have if you are interested.
By all means. Rovan will immediately heft his Aegis shield to the Master Armor.
Okay. You give him Tempest Bane and the Master Shield. In a la Link to the Past. Or any Zelda game, I guess. And he kind of goes over and he goes, yes, I can definitely work at this. Again, a little bit of time, but I will put this number 1 on my list. And I will be able to get this back to you in 2 days, perhaps? And then, of course, if your friends wish to come by and give me anything they want worked on as well, I can surely try to fit in that amount of time. I mean, enchanting is busy work, but I'm not saying I can't do it.
I understand.
You have given me a great gift this day, good sir.
I must stress something though. This our clandestine mission. It is during the day of the eclipse. Expediency is of paramount.
I see. That's good information that I needed. I will do what I can. I can't promise that. I mean, this stuff right here, I can get that done easy. But if you bring me more, I can't promise that everything will get done. I'll do my best, but I can't promise everything in that amount of time.
I understand. I'm not going to burden you with such a great workload.
Oh, you're not burdening me with anything. Not at all. And you can see as he's saying that, he's kind of like looking like down the barrel of your spear like it's a fucking gun. But yes, make sure to spread the news, tell your friends that if they need work done, Pennington Winthrop is on the job.
Completely understand, Master Armorer Winthrop.
Ooh, please, Pennington is just fine. And he gives you almost a downright flirtatious look. You have made this man's day.
Rovan will respectfully half bow in and just thank him for his service, and he will depart from the shop to allow this man to work on his projects.
You head out. The next 2 days for you, Rovan, are filled with intensive training, knowing what is to come during the night of the eclipse, and knowing what's to come in the fight against your father. Above game, anyone who wants upgraded armor from basic to +1, armor or weapons from basic to +1, DM it to me, and I will make some rolls to see if any of that gets made before next session.
Dope.
Rovan, I will go ahead and tell you that...
Cryzen monk.
Cryzen, I know. Sorry, Corey. You got a quarterstaff?
You also have the bracelet. Wait, you also have the bracelets?
And a ring.
The bracelets are all re-enchanted. That is a good point, though. He did say he could try his hand at some magical stuff if you guys want that. I'll tell you what. Anything you guys want to try and have improved, or anything that you guys want to try and have improved, either weapons or armor, DM it to me over the course of the next week, and I will see what does and does not make the cut. Work for everyone?
Yeah.
I will delete what I sent you then.
I was about to say, I already see that Joe has sent me a message.
Listen, man, I have 14 AC. I'm a fucking squishy little beast.
Hey, man, you're not gonna get any grief from me. Bard life, bro, I get it.
Oh, that's rough.
But
Oof.
with that being said, we do have some more to go through, but I think now is a great time for a bio break. How does that sound, everybody?
Woo!
All right, works for me.
I will say, for everyone, Corvin's thing that I wanted to do was the longest part of the session. And the reason why I knew it was going to be the longest part of the session, because I knew it was going to be a two-parter. Him visiting Arxis, and then him possibly or possibly not visiting Aubergine. So Corvin...
Hey, I don't mind.
Go on.
I was just saying, I don't mind. We're all gonna get a turn, and
Yes.
it's gonna. I'm sure it's gonna be excellent for everyone.
Everyone's going to get their turn, and boy howdy, do I have something for everyone. So... Yeah, don't worry, Flit. I haven't forgotten about you. But we're gonna take a bio break. Everyone go use the bathroom. I gotta piss like a motherfucker. So, we will be RB. I'll put on some casual music for you guys. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan, Chief.
Alright. We will be right back, folks.
Ate too much brownie. I gotta go get some milk.
And you didn't share.
Sure, here, let me just shove this into my computer and just have it physically sent through my Ethernet cable.
I mean, if you don't mind, I'd love that.
I mean, I'm willing to try it.
Either way, let's see here. Yellow chat I seal. I will say though, I am happy that R got some form of clarity. And yeah, at first it was because of rage and being used. Now it's actually for some righteous reasons that he wants to kill Aura. Not kill Aura, kill Marissa. That bitch.
I thought you would like that.
I appreciate it. No, because like at first it was because like she was trying to use him, and that was way too familiar from how he got into his current scenario. And that was just personal rage. Now it's vindication.
So
Like
I'm building stories for not only my characters but my NPCs too. The
Hell yeah,
NPCs
dude.
that you guys may or may not have attachments with. Smile. But that's neither here nor there. I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
So, Forbidden Door update, Pocky and freaking Malachi and Miro. We're practically having a tug of war of who gets to beat up Pock. Oh, and now they're fighting each other.
Gonna win Agent of God or Agent of the Devil. Let's go. Oh no.
I have my dog. He's here.
Hello.
Out of
Hello,
curiosity, do we know who the mystery combatant on Forbidden Door is?
No, we're on like match 4.
Okay.
I
I got Buddy right there right now at the show.
Yeah, same.
I got 2 buddies actually.
Yeah, Robot's there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I return. Also, El Robot?
Yeah, yeah, he's
I
at
didn't know
the
that.
pay-per-view. Yeah,
That
he's holding
son
up
of a bitch.
Prohibited gate.
He's holding up a video game sign that just says the world that ends with you is greater than Kingdom Hearts.
Where is Robot right now?
He's in Chicago right now.
At the AEW NJPW thing. Forbidden Door.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you guys have been talking about.
Yes. Forbidden Door.
Yes.
No, we're just talking about mystical doorways. What Flit went through, actually.
Yes, that thing I went through.
I had no idea what you guys were talking about because I don't pay attention to the real world wrestling. I only pay attention to Flashbang and WDW.
What's that Forbidden Door?
What?
Bucky.
Flit's at Forbidden Door.
Yeah, Flit's at Forbidden Door. Flit's the mystery combatant, bro!
Yo, I didn't know she was
Cash-
a technical wrestler. Fuck. Good luck good luck in the cage match on Wednesday.
I can't believe Flit's gonna come out with the mega money in the bank.
Am I hearing fucking fireworks? What is that?
Oh.
Fine.
Oh, shit.
I swear, I keep hearing like a little like popping noise out, like outside. I don't fucking know. I'm listening with like one headphone on, trying to determine it. Alright. Speaking of things exploding, CG, did you ever figure out what exploded in your room?
I did. I think I posted it in this chat a little bit ago.
Oh, did you? Hold on.
Yep. Yeah, it was like
Oh, I
at
see it.
8:06. Yeah, so get this. I was just hanging out in my room, middle of the day, nothing going on, while I just hear this boom, like a big pop, kind of like someone exploded one of those bags that they usually use for shipping, right?
Yeah.
And I had no idea what the hell it was. And it turns out it was the Amazon guy doing one huge giant boom on my door. Just one knock.
Pretty funny.
Damn.
Who does that?
The
Did he like
Juggernaut,
punch the
apparently.
door?
Ha!
I don't know, but it's such a weird way to knock on a door. I didn't register that that's what that was.
Oh, I heard that. Yep, I heard that time. That's definitely like a firework or some shit that I just heard. Fuck
Yeah.
you. We got nothing to
Is it-
celebrate. Fuck off.
It's the season
It's
for it.
fucking. Actually, maybe they're celebrating Forbidden Door. I would accept that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's say that. It's a huge deal.
They're celebrating the new Murder Marissa Death Pact.
Correct. They're
At this point,
watching
it's a
the
game.
stream. Yo, how's it going? Shout out to my favorite viewers, my neighbors.
Yeah.
We've always been fans of him.
Could you imagine if your neighbors were actually like watching this stream, actually like eating popcorn, going, "Man, this is some good storytelling."
Dude, I hated it when I found out that my IRL friends watched my streams. I'd hate knowing that my neighbors watch my streams.
Come on.
No,
It'd be
I'd
cool.
hate it.
No, I'm with you. Can you imagine just walking out to get your paper in the morning and
Hey, I saw you fish God Hand. Good shit, bro.
yeah, they're just gonna come out and they say, "I love that VTuber model."
Oh
it
my
looks so
God.
fluffy. I wish
Uh.
just scratch it.
It's quite progress, my gamer.
I guess I'll have to stay away from Nugget. He's a biter.
I think it's quite poggers. Also, I found the Choggy emote.
Ah,
Pepper? Oh,
Rockers.
Rockers. Alright. Quick, roll call. CG. Kurt. J Frost.
I ate too much brownie.
I will accept that. I will accept that response. Joe. Punk.
Hey,
River.
I'm here.
And Sarah.
I has monster.
Alright, everyone's back.
Oh, good God, it's late for you, isn't it?
A monster.
8 o'clock. I'm already halfway through it.
Why?
Because I started it while I was cleaning stalls earlier.
Look, Sarah's turning that mindset into a grind set.
Fuck off.
I hate you.
I will say, I recommend a bunch of other, like, natural caffeinated drinks. That's
like
much better
gamer
than Monster.
subs. Hey, you want gamer?
Exactly, gamer subs.
Got all your favorite
Use code
flavors.
Use code Stay Trashy.
Let's get back into it. Oh, Wheel of Mystical Divines, tell me, who is the next on my list? Oh, boy howdy. Lily.
That's me.
Lily, last time you took the time alongside Flit to help find a new spot in the Twilight District for Skrit and Phi, to help them get settled in their new surroundings. It was very bittersweet, but you had done a great thing for the two of them. Now you are sort of wandering around the castle, trying to keep yourself busy. Up ahead you hear two voices. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Just normal?
Yeah, normal.
Okay.
Normal.
23.
23. You can tell it's two voices, and more importantly, you can tell that it is specifically Flit and Reno. You can't make out what they're saying, but you can hear them. As you recognize familiar voices, you do the instinctual thing, the thing that anyone would do. Hearing voices over friends, and you begin to approach. As you get a bit closer, you hear sounds of what you can only discern to be magic or something, and you go, huh, that's weird. Kind of shrug it off, you keep going a bit more. And you enter the room where you swore you hear them, but you don't see anyone there. What you do see, however, is on a little end table. You see a note. Flit, did you leave? You left 2 notes, actually, if I remember correctly.
I did.
You see 2 notes.
I can't remember who the notes were addressed to, so I go look.
Who were the notes addressed to above game?
They were all-purpose notes, actually. They were not addressed to anyone in particular.
Okay.
Got it.
Well, I guess Lily is gonna go read them.
Okay. You go over and you're kind of like looking around like, I swear I heard them here. But you go over and you open up the first note. CG, what does the first note say?
It says, going to check out something with Reno. Too long to get into on this note. Be back soon, I hope. And then there's a little chibi Flit face.
I think Flit should roll performance for how well the chibi is done.
I agree. Roll me performance with your dex modifier instead of your charisma.
Use them fine muscle groups.
Let's see. So that is a dex check, you said?
Yes.
Or performance,
or
I mean?
performance check, yes.
So this will be +1 from what it is.
I will... never mind. It doesn't matter.
20!
It's solid, actually. It's actually a very good face. You think for a moment, oh fuck, I should save this. This is cute.
Lily's definitely gonna save the note regardless.
Okay.
But she does plan on saving the little chibi flip face
Okay.
for your future as an artist.
What's art?
Subjective.
True as hell.
And the other note, you said there were two?
There are two.
Yes. You open it up. It says the exact same thing, actually. She was going to leave the same note, but in 2 different places.
Well, I guess, seeing that there's 2, she's gonna leave one there. Presumably so that it's there, but she is gonna take one just in case she does see someone else in the halls.
Okay. I'll say, just to streamline things a bit, you guys over the course of the next couple days would learn that Flit's gone, which, Rovan, is a little distressing to you.
The old times you have to leave now, you have to leave now! Angie giant.
Mm-hmm. Lily, as you begin kind of combing around the castle, trying to find your friends to be like, hey, just so everyone knows, Flit's gone. You fuck off. Sorry.
Wow, I didn't think that that's what your scene would be.
Okay.
Sorry, fucking fireworks assholes. But Lily, you see a familiar individual who you actually were kind of wondering what happened to them. Run into Nicholas, who normally when you speak with Nicholas, they have even when you can like tell they're tired, they have this aesthetic to them of like, I'm tired, but I'm gonna get over it, whatever. He looks tired. He looks downright grumpy.
I will approach with caution.
Okay. As he sees you approach, his expression immediately changes, and he goes, "Oh, Lily, hello. How are you? Are you here to bring me the thing you guys got? Did you bring me the goods?"
I can't remember the goods.
The wings, which you don't have.
Lily
Your
thinks
group
for
has
a
it, but you
second.
don't.
I personally don't have them. And I'm not sure which one of us do, but we do have them.
I will accept that. Just somebody
I'm
make sure
really
you
not
get some
sure.
point.
I'm not sure the way the rest of us are. I'm actually trying to look for someone. We kind of rereads over the note. We seem to have lost Flip for a couple days, I think. She went with Reno somewhere.
Oh, that dog! Oh, I knew he was going to try to pull fast when I knew he was going to do something.
Can I insight that?
Yeah, sure.
Can I insight that from a different dimension?
Yeah.
Can I insight that from a different continent?
Yes. Anyone who wants to insight can.
10.
However, only one person is going to get a response.
27!
Corbin, there's a small twinge on your ear that you're just like, huh, that's weird.
Something's happening and I'm not there. It happened again, damn it!
I'm upset. Why am I upset? Lily, you... He's not exactly hard to read. He's not a hard individual to read. He wears his heart on his sleeve. This seems like not jealousy like you may have originally thought, but like, I knew it! You know? Like him, like, realizing something that him hearing about something that he's been suspecting.
Yes, okay, that.
Bastard's always trying to one-up me.
Lily kind of,
cool things, taking people to cool places. I take people cool places too!
Lily kind of thinks for a second. I mean, if you have somewhere cool to be, I don't got nothing to do right now. Other than hope I find someone.
You see, he kind of looks at you and he goes, no, I don't think I have anywhere I need to... Oh, shit, I forgot I made lunch plans with your girlfriend. Oh, she's gonna be upset with me.
Lily kind of thinks for a second. This is the first I'm hearing of this.
She didn't tell you?
Can I roll history to see if she told me?
Sure, roll history. As I, the DM, try to remember if she told you.
Natural 20!
Wow, how fucking appropriate. Even, I'm gonna say she did, even if it wasn't addressed in-game.
She thinks for a second.
You know that she had lunch plans with him 2 days ago. In fact, you know what? She was actually, when you came back and you went to see her, that was actually one thing she was upset about. She kind of started going off about how Nicholas didn't show up for their lunch plans.
That was, I think, made the plans 2 days ago?
No,
or
the
it happened
lunch
2
was
days
supposed to be 2 days ago.
Nicholas, that was 2 days ago.
I know it was 2 days ago! I'm gonna have to make her something to apologize. Right.
I mean, we do live together, so it's not hard to find her.
I guess that's true. You just get distracted when you're trying to do an insurrection and take down the government. Heck the man, you know? Just, But, anyways. Yeah, no, the past couple days have been a bit wild. I'm not a fan of politics. I hate them, actually. But you know, when people do bad shit, and you just gotta get involved, what's the term? You gotta be, God, what's the term? An ally! That's what it is, an ally. And maybe being an ally involves going up to the most fortified, most prolific government building that you can find and smacking someone upside the head. In my case, it was von Brackenheim.
You know that name?
Make me a history check. 21. He is...
Amy.
What's the term I'm looking for? King is not the term. He is the current monarch, quote-unquote, of Flambour.
I see.
Yeah. You can imagine how that went. We argued, we slapped each other a couple times. I love that guy, but he is Ooh, he makes me mad. But that's neither here nor there. What can I assist you with? If you need something, I don't even know. Did you need something?
He just kind of shrugs. I saw Flit there, then I went there, Flit was gone, and then I saw you. Don't know really what to do.
Then you come with me. You can help me put together a present to apologize to Genia with.
You know what? That sounds like a good plan.
Awesome. He kind of takes you off to the side, and he takes you off to his workshop, and he quickly gets to work with a small, like, metallic box. And as he's kind of working on it, he goes, "So, I'm sure you're interested into why exactly, well, I guess I told you I smacked a man, but I'm sure you're interested as to why I went to Dello to smack someone."
I mean, can't say that I'm not curious.
Well, you see, Lily, I hate racism. There's no big explanation to this. People can be racist, and when people get racist, other people get, I'm going to use the term uppity, because violent is frowned upon. And he throws hands up in the air like this fucking guy.
No, you can use violent. Violence is sometimes the answer.
I do want to also state above game, for everyone watching and everyone listening, this conversation is not based upon upon the recent political climate. This is legit, just convenience, I guess? Not convenience, coincidence. So don't think too much about it. Fantasy politics. Anyways.
Fantasy worlds.
Yes. But I hate racists. And, you know, nobody likes it when somebody uses racist to you. And when those people can't defend themselves, I mean, sometimes I guess a person in my circumstances gotta do something about it. Actually do something about it, you know? Not just stand there and say they're gonna do something about it. You guys just sometimes go up to somebody and smack the shit out of them. And you can see he's getting more and more heated as he does. His hands are getting faster and faster. It's a little frightening. You are beginning to think you see smoke billowing up from this box he's working on.
Sorry, dying 1 second.
You're fine. Yeah, I don't say this lightly because it's a big deal, and I want to try to sound as humble as I possibly can. I mean, I'm an international hero. How am I going to be an international hero and not stand up against racism, you know? How am I not going to go march in on a I would say foreign, but it's not foreign, I was born there, on a body of government and tell them that they're being racist bitches, you know? Anyways,
Lily's just nodding her head in agreement, like, just slowly scooting her chair back, like, further away to not get smacked in the face with some hands.
Yeah. I mean, like, it just infuriates me, you know? And then I saw that they had put more defenses on the wall, and they made it bigger, and I'm just like, why is there a wall to begin with? You can see he finally, like, stops, and he, like, puts his hands on his head. I am getting worked up. I'm grumpy. I haven't eaten in 3 days.
Look! You want to throw hands, don't do it toward me! She says, kind of holding up her hands.
No, I would never throw hands at you. You're lovely. You're adorable. But fun!
Your hands are getting a little violent there.
You can see his hand. The moment his hand stopped, you realize it wasn't the box that was smoking. It was his hands.
Do you want me to get half the kitchen, send something up?
No, food can wait. Right now, apology gift.
Nicholas, you need to eat.
I need to work on an apology gift.
Look! Genia will understand.
Yeah, fine. I should probably eat. I
was gonna say, I will fucking...
Either. Dismantling a government will do that. I should clarify, I didn't actually dismantle a government, but I can't be held responsible if there may or may not be a political election, one of the first of its kind in the next few days. But that's neither here nor there. Anyways,
is there a handout? Okay, there is a handout for Nicholas.
There's a handout.
Okay, Nicholas is very fragile looking, right?
Yes, but you've seen some of the shit he's built. Cough, cough, Canthmore, cough, cough.
Lily is giving Nicholas a look like, so help me, if you don't eat, I'm going to throw you over my shoulder and drag you to the kitchen myself.
Make an intimidation check.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yes. I gotta give you your intimidation checks when I can. Oh my god! I take it back! I take it back!
I was gonna say, are you sure you wanted that?
You're sure about that?
He looks at you, and he realizes that you're giving him the mom stare. You know the look. And
oh, the look I give my own gremlin? Yes, I know the look.
And you see him, like, shrink down, like, this very, like, hyperactive, almost, like, not aggressive, but I guess assertive demeanor he had a moment ago dissolves, completely melts away, and he goes, "Alright, I will eat. I will eat. Eating is good. Eating is good.
And
food
sleep.
Is good. Food has... we're driving a hard bargain, but
How about this?
You're right.
How about this, Nicholas? I will take out Genia in your stead.
You two are dating.
Yeah, but, I mean, you're busy, and she'll understand, and I don't get to go out with my girlfriend that much.
But the way you addressed it made it sound like you were, like, doing me a favor, but you see we're dating. Whatever. Yeah, fine. Do what you want. I can't tell you what to do. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. Because, you know, respect your elders and all that. Anyways, food.
How old is Nicholas again?
Above game. He is, he's an older gentleman. Above game, I don't know if I gave you guys a proper age, but he's a good couple hundred. Gnomes live a long time.
As you know, hello, I am a gnome, I do know. So yeah, he has quite some years on me. I'm only 80.
You know what? That's a good point. You're a gnome. Make me a...
History?
I'm gonna call it just a flat No, I'll give you advantage. Advantage intelligence check. He's probably in his, he's probably 400, give or take. He's getting there.
Yeah. Definitely has some years on me.
He's got some time on him, but he's getting there.
Yes. You need eat. You need eat. You need food. You need sleep. I apparently need eat. Or sleep, maybe?
We both have had long days, haven't we?
Apparently.
Alright, yep. Food time. Food is good. Food has nutrients. Food has vitamins. Food time.
Lily is going to make sure that Nicholas does not get distracted and, like, goes with him at least to the kitchen.
Yeah. You two make some food together and you sit down and he starts eating. He properly eating, and as he does, he starts kind of making conversation with you. He goes, "Yeah, Dallow's a good place, but not every place is perfect, you know? Dallow, the tech capital of the world. Magitech is is the proper term. I mean, me, myself, I invented the hyperrail. Do you know how big of a deal that is? Being able to just get on a moving platform and it will take you from one place to another?
Would I?
I mean, that sounds cool, but no, you have not heard of anything like that. Actually, you would remember when you guys went to Greycott, there was a, what's the fucking word? Like a carriage system? God, help. Somebody help.
A mass transport rail system?
No. Like a ski lift.
You're not
Oh!
talking about an elevator, are you?
No.
Okay.
It was like the car.
An incline. An incline.
Yeah.
Sky Tram is close enough. There's like a tram system that would it was like a box that would hang on the rails and would circle around the mountain that and go down into Greycott.
The only thing I can think of is ski lift.
There's a fucking term for it, and I don't know why carriage is what came to mind, but whatever.
Okay.
But imagine being able to just in a couple minutes be out from one end of the city to the other, being able to soar, being able to ride a fucking a moving train or carriage or whatever from one point to another, going over everyone, not having to deal with the traffic or having to walk, you know?
Lily looks down at her little legs.
We got little legs, Lily. You know how it is. Also, the term I was thinking of, rail car. I got there.
J. Frost was close with cable car.
He was, but not close enough.
I think that should count.
J. Frost, you have inspiration already.
I'm gonna fight for you on this one, J. Frost.
Can he have some milk? Here, I'll roll for it. That's loud. J. Frost is not getting inspiration. I rolled.
Damn, I
rolled
tried.
You did try. I respect that. Anyways,
I mean, I just come from the forest of Dry Hollow. I've never been around anything that complex that often.
I guess you and I are from very different backgrounds, aren't we? I apologize, my dear.
She smiles. That's not a problem. Doesn't mean I can't listen.
He smiles back at you. I appreciate that. I don't think I've really told your group all that much about me. I mean, you guys know me, but I don't think I've ever given you guys the spiel or whatever you want to call it. He throws up air quotes at that. I was in my younger years, after I invented the hyperrail, of course, I was an advisor, a governmental advisor, and as I told you before, I hate politics. And you know why? Because I'm good at them. But I hated it. And so I eventually left and I became a teacher. I had always been highly regarded for my work, but you can only take so much praise, and eventually you gotta get out and you gotta do something. I wanted adventure, you know? I wanted to go out, I wanted to do something that really mattered, you know? And yeah, like, I made a revolutionary tram system for a continuously growing capital city, but I mean, I wanted to help people. And then, get that bastard Reno. I love him, he's a bastard. And he offered me a place amongst the Vanahir Guard. Originally, and I don't know if you knew this, originally Canthmore wasn't actually a person. No. Originally he was just a suit of armor. One that I wore, actually. Your friends had a friend who I don't know if you ever met. Sindri was his name. He had a similar thing going. Big old suit of armor, but itty bitty person hanging out inside of it. Being able to control the thing from the inside. Very, very cool. I hope I get to meet that individual one day, but that's neither here nor there. I worked and I finished up Canthmore, or at the time it was the Surge Buster armor. That was what I titled it. SBA. And I took up the role as party tank. You know, as I had a literal suit of armor around my entire person, I took the hits that no one else could. Or at least in most circumstances. But as the Xandorian War raged on and things started getting more and more dangerous, I really felt that I realized I needed to do more. So, me and my wife worked tirelessly to convert Canthmore into his own being. To, well, to be somebody. And, well, it worked. You've seen how Canthmore is. He's now a political figure. And you can see there is slight hint of disgust in his voice. But I'm not going to judge him for that. I love the dear Blad. That's my son! You know, the old saying, haha, like father, like son, right? But that, little did I know, would end up being the discovery that would probably change my life. Lily, do you know what it's like to give birth to an entire race of people?
No.
Wild. I wouldn't have thought so. Lily, I created Warforged. I created the world's first Warforged, and ever since that point, more and more are beginning to spring up. Now, there's not a ton of them. There's not, but they're growing. That's a big deal. I mean, and you can see he's kind of looking around frantically. You can see he is... Sorry, I got distracted. My dog's doing little sleep tippy taps with the foot. And I was like, what the fuck is that?
Aww.
But you can see he's like... He takes a moment and frantically shoves some food in his mouth. You don't think he chews it at all, but he swallows it. I mean, I've done so much, but at the same time, I always feel like I could do more, you know? I was there when the whole thing with Normandyr went down, but I wasn't there, you know? I was there, but I wasn't there.
I know how that feels.
Do you?
Well, I mean, I didn't join everyone till much later, and everyone already knew each other fairly well. It feels like a lot of times that people still don't know me. You know?
You can see he kind of looks you over and a little frown kind of comes across his face. That's why we little guys gotta stick together, right?
She gives a big smile. Of course.
He gets a smile back. Your group loves you. I can see it in their eyes. And they need someone like you. Someone cohesive that helps keep the group together when, I don't know, people are keeping secrets or making decisions on behalf of the group. Some groups need leaders, but some groups just need individuals that are capable of just holding them together. I see that in you. I see that in Flit. I see a little bit of that in every person in your group. But that was a defining feature I noticed when I first met you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Of course. And then he looks at his plate. Where'd my sandwich go?
You ate it.
Oh, I blacked out again. Dang it. See, I sometimes do this thing where I start speaking, I can't stop, and I get all frantic, and then I do things without realizing it. Honestly, it's probably an illness. I should probably go to a doctor. But that's neither here nor there.
Look, Tart, if you want to call out my ADHD on stream, you just gotta fucking do so.
Look, dude, I got it too, so I can...
I did literally that exact thing today.
I've certainly done shit like that before.
But mine was while I was crying into a fucking container of chicken wings.
Anyway.
That day's okay.
I'm totally not isolating that chicken wings clip.
Lily, you and Nicholas spend the next couple hours having gentle conversation. You both learn a bit more about each other. And eventually Eugenia ends up coming and joining you all. Trying her best not to strangle Nicholas for abandoning her in their lunch plans. But Nicholas does get some sleep, so do you. And over the course of the next 2 days, he crafts a music box for Genia.
That's really gay and really cute, and I'm here for it.
Mm-hmm. You and Genia spend some time together over the course of the next 2 days. You take her out, just like you told Nicholas you would. It's an overall good time. If it is okay with you, I would like to move to the next person, if that was alright.
Absolutely.
Alright. Give me one moment. Corey. Last time after you guys arrived back home, your tired body was met by the warm embrace of your love, Diana LeBlanc. She used her magical knowledge and her magical healing to help you to the best of her ability. You're still tired and sore. You got bit by a fuck-off big-ass snake. You thankfully won't be benched for that long. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any adverse effects from your Flamboyant Viper Bite, which has been properly bandaged and treated. Diana, hoping to have you rest for a bit, but knows better than to fight you on it, has offered that you come help her in the Twilight District alongside young Nexus Aragon, and you ended up meeting a Mr. Apostle Marcel Basilicus, who I told you about above game, who, for all intents and purposes, is Diana's worrywart assistant. You and Diana personally oversaw as Skritlix and Phi were given their own spot and supplies within the Twilight District, and now, after a hard day's work, but a fulfilling day's work, the group of you are now heading back to the castle. Marcel is currently following behind you guys. Lady Diana, I must insist you come by the Echo Dea. You have several individuals who are wanting to speak with you. And Diana kind of cuts him off. Brother Marcel, I am very tired from this very physical day out in the cold. I understand the importance of needing to speak with them. I promise I will come by tomorrow and handle any and all business you want to throw at me. But tonight, and at this point she stops and she turns around. Tonight, I would like to take a hot bath after being out in the cold all day and spend a few moments with my love, if that is alright with you. Where you catch his gaze kind of move to you. What are you doing in this moment?
What do you mean, as in?
Like, what are... do you have any sort of reaction to this conversation they're currently having?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just a calm, but curious face.
Yeah.
Just raised eyebrows.
He looks to you, and his gaze kind of lingers on you for a second, then he looks back to Diana. Right. My apologies, my lady. And Diana kind of puts her hand on his shoulder. It's alright. Look, I understand your desire to do a good job, brother. And you're hardly the first person I've met who doesn't know when to take a break. And you catch as she says that and gives you a smirk, Corey. She looks back to him. I will see you tomorrow, brother. And he says to her, yes, Lady Diana. And he begins to split off from you guys. Diana turns around and the three of you start walking again. You, her, Nexus, and you've got her hand in one and Nexus's hand in the other. And as you're walking, she goes, he has a good heart, but I am going to punch him if he keeps pushing me. But that's not very becoming of my station. And you see she kind of does like air quotes with her other hand. Oh, I just now saw that. You're fine. You're fine. But yes, she begins to rant a little bit about Brother Basilicus. Nothing fierce. Kind of one of those rants of like, almost like a parent ranting about their child. But eventually she calms down a bit and she looks at you, Corey. I'm sorry. I needed to get that out there. Again, good heart. Pure of heart, dumb of ass.
Why is he... Has he been corrected formally?
More or less. I mean, he could be corrected more formally. This is the first time where I have really tried to connect with him, so I'm hoping I got the message through.
Me too. Just let me know, and I'll back you up.
Oh, if it gets that far, I'm not gonna need you to back me up. I'm gonna need you to hold me back, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh no, I meant like if you needed help, like with the cover up or anything. I don't know. He doesn't need to know about anything.
I know. I'm just messing with you, and she kind of like playfully shoves you, and then you feel that kind of like tense arm on your shoulder, and she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
You're good.
I still don't think you should have been working on that wall all day, but I guess it needs to be built. Corey, you know that there's a sort of wooden wall that's being built around the Twilight District right now that you and Diana have actually been helping with to keep out outside elements like wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
But you and the three of you have been working on that a large portion of the day. Or at least you've been trying your best. A little difficult as you've got like sore bones and broken muscles and all that, but doing all right. You're doing all right.
I did fine. I just needed to go at my own pace and keep going. You know, smooth, even pace.
That's all I ask for. Because I know I won't be able to get you to stop. She kind of gives you a smile. But the three of you come back to the castle, and as you guys are kind of walking through the halls, she turns to you and goes, "I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to draw a bath. Do you mind taking Nexus to his room?" Okay, no worries. Okay, no worries. Okay, Punk has had to step away for a moment, so I will tell y'all what. How about hold on, I'm looking at my notes. Yeah, okay. How about we take another small bio break while we wait for Punk to come back? How's that sound?
Works for me.
Okie dokie, Artichoke.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. We don't normally get to take 2 bio breaks, but I feel like this is the session to do it if we're going to.
Yeah, it's a chonker.
It is a chonker.
Just a bit.
Just a bit. But we'll be right back in just a few moments. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, so we will be RB. Let me put on some.
Alright, let me just check chat very quick.
We got the good shit, the good lore.
There we go.
Man, chat really popped off during Lily. From what it looks like, chat was popping off after Lily sing. We know who the real star is.
It is Pride Month after all.
Fact.
Oh yeah.
Lily giving Nicholas the mom look. That was the funniest thing I've ever
Right.
saw.
That was awesome.
And
man.
you got a bit of
What y'all forget is Lily is proficient in intimidation.
Correct. I didn't forget that.
What?
I didn't forget it.
That's why I tried to give you intimidation check.
I didn't realize Lily was proficient with it too.
Yeah.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
I'm a captain. I have the soldier
Fair.
background.
You gotta instill that discipline somehow.
Fair. Sarah
I'm
is
small
proficient.
but mighty. I'm not scared to back down.
Sarah is proficient in it because of her race.
I'm just good at it.
You're a fucking bard. You're good at anything. Charisma.
Fuck.
Well, yeah. It also doesn't help that like I add half of my proficiency bonus to that, so that's technically a +7.
Big.
Alright, well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab another drink.
Do it.
Update. No, the Zack Saber Junior match hasn't happened yet.
All right. More
Apparently
minutes.
it's Asprey versus Orange Cassidy.
I see. I see we updated the quote channel with me going, "Heck the man!
The man.
Heck the
Totally.
man! Nicholas is gonna tear down the establishment."
Nicholas, aren't you
Anarchy.
part of the establishment?
No!
Are you
Only in
sure
this
about that?
country.
You wouldn't even say he's that.
I've been working on a puzzle during D&D
Yeah?
while listening, and I'm over halfway done.
Nice.
Hey, nice.
Hell yeah.
It's kind of a pain in the ass because my TV that I have set up for my Switch is right in my light, so every fucking piece looks the same color. So I'm over here squinting. Like, is this purple or is this blue?
That's rough.
I hate indoor lighting. It's like this weird yellow light.
Okay. I have received word that Punk is stepping away, and may or may not be back. So, for the sake of this, and for the sake of making sure everybody gets their stuff done, we are going to keep going once everyone else is ready, if that is okay with folks.
I'm all good.
Oh,
And
good.
If Punk comes back, we'll get back to their stuff. If not, I can work it out with them sometime away from the table. But Punk is going to step away from now, so everybody make sure to give Punk your love. And for now, let me get a quick roll call. CG,
Me.
J Frost. J
Move.
Frost. Oh, he speaks.
Move.
Joe.
Eucalyptus!
The fucking confidence, bro. I love it. River.
The gay is here to stay.
And Sarah.
Hi.
Okay. With that, we are going to continue. Again, I'll work out chorus stuff with Punk at another time. Right now, we're just gonna hope. I won't say pray, because thoughts and prayers. We are getting political today, as it turns out. We're gonna wish Punk the best, and hope that they feel better soon. So, that being said, let's move on to our next person. Flip. Last time, after you and Lily helped find a spot in the Twilight District for Skrit and Phi, you remembered that a certain Reno Kairos wanted to speak with you about an idea that they had. You met with him and were told that they might have a way to deal with Zygmodus and the Nightmare Sage in one go. You set them straight, as they seem to have all their eggs in one basket. But the two of you proceed to have a very personal conversation. You learned about how Reno became this guardian of the unknown, as well as learning about his mentor, the Eternity Seer, a figurehead that documents everything that is and everything that can be. The conversation got deep and put things into perspective as to who Reno exactly is. It was a conversation that you may not have even realized that you needed to have, but it put things into perspective for you. You also hit him with a bit of a reality check to make sure that he didn't lose himself. Eventually, you were asked if you wanted to come visit the Seer, which you agreed to. The last we saw, you and Reno entered a doorway made of light, and you were both gone. We return back, the two of you emerge on the other side of this doorway, and it vanishes behind you. You look around, and the place you're in now is beautiful. The clouds swirl and bend in strange fashion in the shifting blue colors in the sky. You can see stars and planetary bodies, celestial bodies. You look around, you can see on the landscape lush trees, and off a small ways a large plateau with a waterfall that, as it comes down, vanishes deep down below. It gives off a slow mist over what appears to be a cliff face that you are standing on. The two of you stand there for a moment, and Reno, kind of looking over, kind of takes a breath. You go on ahead. As I told you, the relationship between Siren and apprentice needs to remain distant. I can give you about 10 minutes, but then we must head back.
Oh, okay. And, where should I go? I see the waterfall, but...
And he kind of gestures off to the side a bit, and you can see there is, not far from where you're standing, a small stone path that leads in between two, like I won't say a forest, but like two large standing bushels of bamboo.
Oh. Flit's gonna walk a few feet in that direction and just gonna kind of turn back and look at Reno and just kind of get a look on his face.
He looks to you, and as you turn back and you look, he smiles.
Flit smiles back with a gentle, warm smile and proceeds into the bamboo grove.
Okay. As you venture deeper into the grove and you begin following this path, you come out and you enter a garden area. You can see off to the side a beautiful, uniquely built wooden house with large windows that in some spaces take up like large sections of what should be wall. You begin to walk through this beautiful garden area, plenty of plants, a small stone bridge that crosses over a babbling brook that weaves and flows throughout the garden. As you are walking, you begin to hear the soft sound of a flute, it seems.
Curious. Where is this? Is this coming from the house?
not from the house. I won't make you roll, as you already have a stupid high passive perception. Not from the house, from just up ahead, for a little further into the garden. You can see a bit up ahead what looks like a small, like, courtyard area and a couple, like, almost like a, I don't think rotunda is the word I'm looking for.
Like what, chubby?
Rotunda is absolutely not the word I'm looking for. You see that this courtyard area is at a slightly different elevation with a long, like, set of stairs, just like two or three small stone stairs that kind of like curl around the courtyard itself, so you can enter or exit it from all sides.
I see. Her interest piqued by the flute playing and the rather beautiful looking section of land before her. She's going to, instead of going into the building, take a detour.
Okay. Are you walking towards the courtyard?
Yes.
Okay. As you begin to approach the courtyard, you see sitting in the middle of it, along on top of a small rug of some sort, you see a single man playing a bamboo flute. This man seems to be human, or at least humanoid in nature. Chocolate skin, certainly older in his years, which is only emphasized by the long white dreads that cover his head. His face is rough and wrinkled, and there is a bit of a white scruff along his chin and jaw. He wears a long monk robe with binds around his arms and legs, and a gold stag emblazoned on across his back. And see, as you begin to approach, the song slowly begins to come to an end. His back is to you, but all the same, the song ends. He puts the flute down in front of him, and you hear him call out, "I don't receive a lot of visitors, normally."
Hello. My name's Flit. I believe are you the Eternity Seer?
Yes, that is what most people call me. And you can see as the flute he had in his hands turns into a long wooden staff that he uses to sort of help himself off the ground. Yes, I know who you are, Flit.
Oh, even so, it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. I presume, though, if you're here, this isn't for pleasantries, but while you are here, you are a guest in my home. Please. And as he turns around to you, you do notice that there is a white opaqueness to his eyes. He seems to be blind. But he gestures you to along this, like, stone banister. There is a tray with a small teapot as well as a couple cups on little saucers. Would you like some tea?
I don't think I've ever actually had tea. Sure, I'd love to try it.
He goes over and he begins to pour 2 cups of tea, still warm, and he passes one saucer to you. Pours the other, takes a sip.
Flick takes a sip as well.
It's good. It's tea.
I hope I wasn't interrupting.
No, never. Nobody ever interrupts me here. Bit hard to do in a place like this. And you can see he looks up to where the waterfall is. But I mean, you saw his eyes.
Yeah. So, I've heard a lot about you. Did you happen to... You said that I couldn't interrupt you. Were you expecting me?
Expecting is a difficult term to use. Expecting, not necessarily, but prepared in the event.
Oh. She kind of sips her tea just a little bit nervously.
It's all right. This is a place that lies between space and time. It's not a place that can be accessed by traditional means. So when individuals come to my domain, I often have an inkling. I can see the future, but not in the traditional sense, if that makes sense. I don't see the future. I see rather the branches of potential futures. I can see things that could possibly happen. There's no guarantee that any one timeline is meant to happen. There's no guarantee that any timeline I choose to follow is the one that will occur, but rather, it's almost like a map, like reading a map. Some timelines, you make it here. Some timelines we don't have this conversation. In some timelines we have this conversation but without tea. In some timelines, you never make it here to begin with. It is a tragic but beautiful thing, knowledge. Knowledge is powerful. At the same time, it can be quite blinding.
I suppose. I admit I've never been, well, exactly... Flit's kind of stuttering to find words, but I suppose, like, I've always appreciated knowledge, but I've never exactly sought it out. I've just always been, and done, and acted. So, I guess it's not that I don't understand what you're saying, just maybe a different approach to things, I guess.
That is completely fair. For most folks, this experience is, even our apprentices, this experience is often overwhelming. I know for Reno it certainly was. How's he doing?
Well, he's doing fine. He's still Reno. She has a noticeable warm smile at that. Still being the guardian, the researcher. No, still always thinking that he is the smartest man in the room.
Well, if I taught him well, he usually is.
Yeah, she laughs a little bit. He usually is. I worry sometimes that goes to his head a little bit, but He pulls it back when he needs to.
Good. Good, I'm glad. Now, I presume you're here because you have a question or questions for me, perhaps a concern. Normally, I'm not meant to get involved with events that take place within the planes, but you know, sometimes the rules are meant to be broken or something of the sort.
Well, we have a bit of a dilemma, and for one of our friends is currently being haunted by a very powerful lich, and in a similar problem that we're having, a powerful artifact that we need was taken by being known as hold on, I have to double check to make sure I get the last part right.
You're good. You're good.
Nightmare Sage.
Ah, the Nightmare Sage. Tricky one, that. Yes. Well, I can't directly help you with your problem, but I'd be a bad mentor if I said I couldn't set you on the right track. Tell Reno that Adam Acosta is the key to the Nightmare Sage. He will understand what it means.
Oh, she kind of nods her head a little bit.
Sorry, my favorite thing is mentioning Adam Acosta in game and immediately see the message in Discord. Joe is typing.
Oh no, I have become predictable.
Foot just kind of takes that message and for a second is like, you know, that might be the first time anyone has mentioned Adam Acosta and understanding what that means in the same sentence.
He is an oddity, that one. But his role in this universe is written, much as mine, much as yours, much as Reno's. Everyone has a role to fill. Do you know what yours is?
I can't say that I do. As far as I knew, I didn't have a role.
Well, most people don't realize they have a role. But everyone has some part. Some part of this big play known as life to fill.
So, all the world's a stage and all the people merely players?
You could say that, yes.
Fuck right off.
I wasn't the one who used the stage comparison, alright? Anyways.
I'm more of a book fan, but yes, you could say it. You could certainly say it like that. But my point is, you do have a role to fill, as does Adam and Reno, and Reno knows his role by this point. Adam, I don't know what. I don't know. Nonsense for me to say. I know what Adam's role is. I don't know if he knows, though. As for you, you still have plenty of time to learn.
Wood thinks about it for a second. Well, here's hoping that I find out after I've accomplished it.
He gives you a small smile. I'm sure you will. And he kind of looks up at this massive, like, celestial body that is kind of hovering in the sky, taking up a majority of the skyline. It's kind of like looking up at, like, fucking Jupiter. Like, it big. And he goes, "We don't have a ton more time, but I presume you have other questions that I can do my best to answer. Might as well give you that while you're here."
Well, I had a few questions, but she kind of scratches the back of her head. They're a little personal, so I'm not sure how much I wanted to ask, but...
Only ask with what you're comfortable with. I'm not going to force you one way or another. Why would I? And he takes another sip of his tea.
Okay, Flit thinks about it for a second. There is something that has been weighing heavily on the mind of a friend of mine. And...
Above game. Which friend?
Cedric, actually.
Okay. Just had to know for reference. Please continue.
Friend of mine, well, they learned, I'm sure you know, but they learned that something terrible happened to one of their loved ones, and it's kind of put doubt into their mind.
Yes. King Aragon. Fascinating one, that.
When we learned about what happened to, excuse me.
You're fine.
When we learned about what happened to Aurelia and what has been happening with her, we were all very shocked, and I know he wound up losing a lot of peace of mind. We've been wondering how far back this goes, if this was a major plan, how... She hesitates for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Whether this was Aurelia's plan the whole time. And I do have a lot of questions, but at the same time, I think what I'd like to do most of all is help my friends, and this is what came to mind first.
He nods a bit and he smiles a tad. Cedric's tale is a tragic one. His path has been skewed due to the actions of another. Aurelia Aragon is complex. There's not a way that I can answer this question that is fair to this timeline, I suppose. But what I can tell you is that you will come to learn the truth about the kind of person that Aurelia Aragon really is, was, and I can tell you that the influence you and your friends have been making on Cedric's life, his life now ever since the loss of his wife, have made a greater impact, a greater positive impact than I can even begin to express. As for Aurelia and her ambitions, well, and he kind of grips his cane a bit tighter. He takes another sip of his tea. That is a tale older than you may expect. And unfortunately, you don't have the time for it. However, what I can tell you is that when you learn the truth, about who she is, who she was, who she's going to be. I hope that you will find some place in your heart for forgiveness. As much like her husband, Aurelia Aragon's tale is also a tragic one. I hope that was as helpful as it was equally cryptic, he says with a bit of a smile.
Flit has a, despite the somber situation, kind of also has a smile on her face. No, it's all right. I'm really used to cryptic stuff by now.
Yes, you're familiar with Adam. Yes, unfortunately, this world has certain rules that must be abide by, or the whole thing comes crashing down. Sometimes we can bend those rules, but never can we directly break them. Unless we bring a cataclysm on an unforeseen scale.
Okay, so respect the rules of nature. Got it.
Fuck off.
What? What?
You said that, I immediately went, rules of nature!
Oh fuck! I didn't even mean. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It was more fuck off to me. It was fuck off to me in my own brain.
No, I thought it too.
The torment. It doesn't end.
The rules are the only thing I know. That may or may not be real. Full real.
Well, you're not wrong about Adam being cryptic, though that also applies to Reno, that's for sure.
Indeed.
Though, learning about your connection with them, it makes a bit more sense.
And do you feel yourself better, to be better for this information, for this revelation?
I'm not sure. I don't think that's exactly... She thinks for a second. I'm not sure that's the point of information. Of knowledge. Is when you have knowledge, you have to kind of compare it with the world around you. And having this information, I don't know yet. I will, but I don't know yet.
There's wisdom in that. I can see why Reno likes you. You sound
Does
like...
the...
Go ahead.
Does the look away, like, cheek scratch?
You know who you remind me of?
Oh?
You remind me of my mentor. Had the strangest sense of wisdom, but one that had such an influence on them on the people around them. She will be missed. She will be missed. I hope you do keep that odd sense of wisdom you have, because I can foresee it coming in great handy in the coming days.
Me too. I hope that I can make good use of it.
You begin to hear from the distance. Flit, we have to go soon.
Okay, Reno. I'll be there. And she's gonna turn back to the Eternity Sage.
Eternity Seer, we're close enough.
Or Eternity Seer. Sorry, again.
You're talking about seers and sages, bro. I get it.
Yeah. Gonna turn back to the Eternity Seer. And I thank you ever so much. Again. And before I go, he said that there wasn't supposed to be a lot of direct contact, but there anything you'd like me to say to Reno?
As you're kind of saying this to him, he bows to you and he goes, I should be thanking you for having a polite conversation with an old man. As for Reno, that I do not. However, I do have something for you if you will hear me out. In regards him.
And Flit just kind of leans in, her curiosity piqued.
Reno is proud. He has a kind heart, and he has a great mind. But like many others, he tries to carry his great burdens on his own shoulders. When the time comes, you must stand with him, or he will be lost. I trust that you will know what to do.
I'll do all that I can.
He gives you another smile. Now go. He's waiting for you. As are your friends.
Flit will get up and begin to leave. Do there happen to be any flowers nearby, by any chance?
Plenty. You actually... Go ahead, make me a perception check.
Sure. That's a natural one. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Oh, bless. Okay, thank you. Because I was having... Over here, I was like... Oh, so much better. So much better. I was over here like, I want to give this to them, but I made them roll the check. Fuck, what do I do? You, as you peer around, you look and you see a beautiful flower. The center of it, as the petals grow closer to the center, you can see that they are a calm red color, and as they spread outward, they shift into a dreamy blue. Something about it seems familiar, but I can't imagine what.
Nah, I can't imagine what. Flit's going to stop and look at the flower for a moment and just kind of contemplate everything that's happening. Are there, out of curiosity, are there any flowers that appear to be closed for the moment? I wanted to see if I can give a small parting gift.
I'm gonna flavor this a little bit, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
As you examine this one flower, you see that the singular flower is in the middle of a bushel of several flowers in shape. But unlike this one, the rest of them are pure black. You lean down and you cast your druidcraft and you watch as the rest of these black flowers turn into the same red and blue coloration as the singular flower in the midst of them. It's beautiful, and more importantly, it gives you hope. As Toshi kind of crawls up onto your shoulder.
Flight is going to take a deep, deep inhale. Going to scratch Toshi a little bit, and then is going to head on back to Reno.
Okay. You head on back, and Reno is there waiting. As he sees you approaching, he smiles. Did you get what we need?
I believe we did.
Good. We're needed. And, well, more specifically, you are needed at the moment. So, we can no longer linger.
I guess we better get going.
Indeed we must. Come. And he gestures to take your hand.
Flit looks back at the Eternity Seer. Kind of thinks about everything that he said. And she looks back to Reno. She's going to take Reno's hand, and she's going to pull him in for a kiss.
Aww. Above game. Aww.
Aw.
It lingers for a moment, and it's an odd sensation. It's not something you've ever done. But there's a feeling that comes over you, something of, I won't say warmth, I won't say that this feels right, but there is a sense of belonging that sort of comes over you. A sort of sense of, okay, I think maybe I get it. Maybe I get it now. Reno is taken back by the gesture, but he, as you both linger there for a moment, he smiles and he looks at you. You can see there's a small blush that comes across him, which is something very rare for Reno to do. And yeah, you got him.
I got him.
You got him. And on that note, we really must be going now, but I will be remembering that.
Flit laughs in character. Come on, let's go.
And with that, you two take each other's hands, and much like before, a door of light leads you back to the castle. Flit, you look outside as you arrive back in the castle, in the midst of a lunar eclipse.
Shit!
More on that later. Give me one moment, as we still got one individual we need to cover. No, that's not right. Let me see. Yeah, that should be fine. Sarah. Last time you took the time during your rest period to prepare a proper burial for your Uncle Weston. You asked Theon to take you to Dawnfeld, which he obliged. There you went through the process of getting him a time and place to be buried, as well as commissioning a headstone for him. You now have plans to go back in a few days and see your uncle buried. As you prepare to leave to head back home to Dragon's Reach, you felt an odd sensation. A hand on your shoulder. You turned to find nobody there, something that Theon would confirm, but is still lingering in the back of your mind. It is now a few days later. You look outside and the sun is beginning to set. You've heard that there is meant to be an eclipse tonight. You are sitting there reading your book. Everyone has been busy, and you're perhaps a bit sad that you may not get to watch the eclipse with your friends, but you shrug it off for the moment. You go back to your book, and then there's a knock at your door. What do you do?
Sarah would bookmark her book and get up and go answer the door.
Okay. You open the door and there's a castle guard standing out there. He looks at you and he says, "Pardon me, ma'am. There's a visitor to see you. She suggested it was urgent." And you look, Sarah, and there is a familiar figure. Bit of a petite frame, delicate features, and a familiar ginger pixie cut. As Ilana Shaw has come to visit you. Your uncle's late wife. Or, I guess, you know what I mean.
Late uncle's wife.
Late uncle's wife, thank you. Well, fiancé, rather, I guess.
Oh, were they? I thought they were married. My bad.
Above game, I think they were engaged. I would have to go back and look.
I would too. Not that worried about it. Sarah gives kind of a surprised look. Alana, what do I owe the visit?
I wanted to talk with you about something important.
Of course, please, come in.
She enters and she kind of gives the guard a look, and the guard, seeing as the two of you are now handled, goes off to do whatever business he could do at this current moment.
Mm-hmm. Sarah would shut the door and turn to Alana. Hey, are you okay? We haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, that was kind of what I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay, what's up?
Can I sit down, if that is okay?
Yeah, of course.
You two kind of go off to the side as there is a very small little sitting space. You got a couple chairs off to the side. Oh, where to begin? So, after you guys left, not terribly long after you guys left, and you had your full investigation talking about Weston and all that, well, you can imagine I was a bit surprised when he showed up one day, out of nowhere. Like nothing had happened. I was, as you can imagine, happy my husband was back, or my fiance. But at the same time, I felt the whole thing was strange, but I was probably too blind in the moment to see it. It wasn't long before he asked me if I wanted to go somewhere, and me, being the fool I was at the time, agreed. What I then didn't expect was to be warped to some, I don't know, mysterious place in the middle of who knows where. I met strange people, and from the talks I heard, I'm sure you're familiar with a few of them.
Did they go by the Hellfire Assembly by chance?
Well, I got that, but I also met with a woman named Marissa. I met with a man named Lucian. There was a big guy in armor and a weird, freaky tiefling who I don't think was all right in the head.
The tiefling would have been Amnon.
Yeah.
The big armored guy was Bison.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't care that much about their names.
Above game real quick, I went and checked my notes. They were married.
Okay, they were married. Alright, thank you. I couldn't remember, so I appreciate that.
Yep. Yeah, fair enough.
To say I was a hostage would not be the proper term, but to say my desire to leave quickly became quite great. But my husband was there. How could I just leave him in the midst of whatever he was doing? So,
yeah.
I stayed for a while, and for a while, things seemed normal. We would often get away and do things on our own. He tried to keep me out of the business, but part of me thinks he knew that what he was doing wasn't exceptionally great for the two of us. So he tried to keep my head out of it, but oftentimes I was left alone. They would go in and out often, a lot of times coming back covered in blood, especially him. And you can see she kind of gets lost in thought for a moment. Right, sorry. That was until a bit ago where, well, he left with, I can only presume a mage of some sort, I don't know, saying that the time was nigh and that they needed to do some sort of ritual. I didn't quite understand, but he didn't come back. I was wondering if you maybe knew what happened.
I unfortunately do. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Weston killed himself as a sacrifice to raise an archlich.
You could see her demeanor kind of reads that she was kind of expecting that, but I mean, you can only react so well when you are told that your husband kills himself, you know?
Of course.
So you can see she sort of, her eyes begin to well up a bit. She sniffles a bit. Right. I figured something had happened.
Sarah will reach forward and take her hand, just in like one of those soothing manners.
Yeah. She doesn't pull back. She, in fact, would kind of take your hand and squeeze it a bit as she kind of wipes her eyes with the other. An archlich. I mean, I don't even know really what that means. I've seen so much over the past weeks, months. So much has been happening.
Well, I can tell you, I have his body. Well, had. He's in Dawnfold. Not Dawnfold. Yeah, Dawnfold.
No, Dawnfold. You got it.
I got Dawnfold and Dry Hollow mixed up.
You're good. You're all good.
He's in Dawnfold to be buried with the rest of the family.
Good. He would have wanted to be buried next to his brother.
My thoughts exactly. He, before he died, he did mention, he mentioned that the Assembly had brainwashed you.
Well, brainwash isn't the term I would use. I mean, I was perfectly aware of most of the things that were happening. He did give me something though. Let me actually... And you can see she kind of starts rifling through her pockets, and she pulls out a small gem. He gave me this one day, saying I would need it, probably. And one day, not long after, well, or not long before the rest came back, and it glowed brightly and then vanished. I don't know what it means. but it did. And you can see it's a small purple gem. Looks like it was braided onto a necklace of some sort.
Can I roll Arcana or something to see if I know what this is?
Sure, roll me Arcana.
12.
You can't determine what it is, but based on its look and what she's told you about it, you can probably presume it's magical.
Well, it's definitely magical, but I'm not quite sure what it is.
That's alright. Yeah, after they came back and he didn't, they debated on what to do with me. Some of them argued to kill me, to not let a witness get out for, whatever. Although, I'll be honest with you, at this point, I still am not completely sure what they're doing. But, eventually, the decision was made to let me go, as that was, quote, part of their deal. I don't know what that means, but they let me go. I was warped to all the way down in Urtendale. I don't know why. That place, well, I honestly think that was just random. I think they just dropped me somewhere. And since then, I've been trying to make my way back up here by any means to talk to you.
Wow, I'm glad you found me. I honestly was worried they had killed you.
I was worried that they would. And you can see there's a bit of a smile that forms of like, haha, I'm glad I didn't die, haha. But...
Well... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
With it being the case that you were with them, would you mind if, getting checked out by the castle doctors just to make sure?
Yeah, I can do that.
I completely lost what I was saying.
No, you're good. I know what you mean. Yeah, I can do that. I was actually wanting to see a doctor to make sure I was okay. As for those people, I can't tell you too much, as much as I might want to. I don't know where their base of operations is, or whatever you want to call it. All I know is that they've been poring over some book, and like I said, they've been coming and going. One time that, well, I guess I should say that, the tiefling that I mentioned before, Amnon, you said, I could tell you that he's been gone for a while. Just didn't come back before I was thrown out. No idea what happened to him. I can only presume he's out there, so I would keep an eye out.
Tart?
Yes.
Where would be the last place we saw Amnon?
The last time y'all saw Amnon was when you fought him in the Thunder Galleon.
Remind me what that was?
The Thunder Galleon was the, Sorry, I just had a brain fart. Somebody tell me what the Thunder Galleon is.
That was the underwater place, wasn't it?
It was, yes. That was where you went to get the Staff of Zigu. Specifically, the Thunder Galleon is where the staff was held. And you guys first met Lucian there, as well as fought him, Amnon, as well as Bison, before you guys made a quick escape. much to
Okay, I remember now.
Lucian's dismay.
I remember now. Thank you. Just got a bit of a headache.
You're fine. I also throw a lot of information at you, so don't feel like you need to retain it at all times. That's what taking notes is for.
Which I am really bad at.
That's okay. That is why we have CG doing the story so far. Isn't that right, CG?
Yes, and thank you very much for that, Siege.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know it. Glad
Good
to help.
lad. Good lad.
How long ago was the fight at the Thunderdelion? Because I know it was before I left from being sick.
Oh man. I'm trying to think in terms of timeline. It would have been a few weeks ago, because it was if I remember correctly, it was after you guys fought Nin. Because Lily was there. So it was after you retook Dry Hollow, which was a while ago. That was probably
Actually, I came in.
Yeah, that was when Lily came in.
We retook Dry Hollow episode 50.
Yeah.
It was we were there as soon as we left, we arrived at Dragon's Reach under siege by Corladora.
Yes.
That helps.
So it would have been a few weeks ago, yeah.
Okay. So back
Anywhere
in
probably from 3 to 5 weeks ish, give or take.
Okay.
Maybe more, maybe less.
Okay.
Keeping track of time in this game is a bit difficult.
Yeah. Back in game.
Mhm.
That's concerning. It's been about a good month since we last saw him.
That's distressing. But I couldn't do anything about it, even if I wanted to.
No, I don't expect you to. That's good information to have, though. Trying to think. What are you planning to do after this?
That's a great question. I mean, I guess I'll likely go home. I mean, the orphanage still needs me. I did just kind of up and vanish one day. I didn't realize I was gonna get, I won't say held against my will, but held against my will. So they're probably wondering where in the nine hells I went.
Yeah, they are. They have a above game. It was a mastodon. No, that doesn't sound right. The elephant lady. What race is that?
Loxodon. I admittedly was even like, what the hell is Sarah talking about?
I think
Loxodon
was like a...
is the elephant race, yes.
Okay. Sorry. They have a Loxodon woman running it currently.
Yes, she does good work. I'm glad that she's in charge right now. A woman whose name I totally remember above game, because it hasn't been that long.
I'm gonna have a
guys.
hell of a time finding it in my notes.
Yeah. The name's in there. I just don't remember it off the top of my head.
Right.
But you mentioned that you're gonna have Weston buried, right?
Yeah, should be tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What are you? You know what? I've seen enough magical bullshit. I can presume you have a way. But
Yeah.
like to be there, if possible. He was my husband after all.
Of course. Yeah, I'll come find you before I go back to Dawnfeld.
I appreciate it. Can be there and make sure he doesn't come back this time.
I hope not.
As you can imagine, that was a little frightening the first time.
Yeah, I can. But how about for now, go get you checked out, get your room for the night.
I'm gonna stop you right there, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
As you begin to start saying this, going through the sentence, you are racked with an intense pain. Give me one moment.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. You are racked with an intense pain. It starting in the chest and working its way up and outward to your head and to your shoulders, down to your very fingertips. You clutch at your chest as for a moment it feels like your heart stops. You see Alana immediately catch notice of that and it's like, Sarah? Sarah! And you collapse, falling out of your chair onto the floor next to her. She immediately is on top of you, checking your vitals and whatnot, and she starts to call, somebody! Help! It isn't long before a familiar face crashes through the door. 2 guards surrounding a petite bunny lass known as Kieran Carlisle, who comes in and goes, I'm here. Bring her with. We need to prep her for the ritual. And that is where we are going to end for tonight.
Oh, fuck.
It's happening!
It's
showtime!
Oh,
It's showtime, gamers!
already?
Oh boy, I hope to God we're prepared, cause
Remember
we're
when I
fucked.
told y'all tonight was gonna be a bit loaded?
Yeah.
Oh boy. We unfortunately,
No, I felt mine was pretty good.
I felt like mine was like soul searching, honestly speaking. Getting 2 people closer together.
Oh yeah, everybody had a little bit of
Technically
something. We unfortunately did not get to do Corey's stuff tonight. Punk unfortunately became a bit ill in the midst of their session, so they did have to step away. I am going to, I think, between now and the next session, I am going to try to go over their stuff with them, which I may record, and might tack on to the end of this VOD when it goes up on YouTube. But I will let you all know about that as we go along. But make sure to give a little bit of love to Punk, as Punk is currently not feeling well, to the point where they had to step away. But I got to do I got to torture the rest of you goons, especially Corvin.
You say torture.
I mean, dude, you just realized that you slept with your girlfriend's aunt.
Listen, there's a lot about that encounter that he's definitely drowning himself in fucking mouthwash and 8 baths a fucking day.
Hey man,
You just added more ammo to that fucking self-loathing. Okay,
boy,
fuck you.
howdy did I.
You've managed to achieve new forms of emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
And he's doing.
Imagine,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just imagining Corbin is learning all this information. It's like, well, so that is Marissa. Corbin, what are you pouring into that cup? Oh, it's bleach, and you just pour it right in your ear.
Listen, at this point, I'm becoming tags on a certain adult website. I'm not about it.
But with that being said, thank you all so much for joining us tonight. Boy, howdy, are we gonna have a session next week?
I actually wanted to talk to you about that.
That's right. You're not going to be here next session, aren't you?
Nope, I am going to be out of town. I'm going to be in D.C.
That is a very good point. Maybe I should have had Flit stay with the Eternities here a bit longer.
Whoops.
Whoops! Flit didn't show back up in time for the ritual. Whoopsie daisy.
Whoopsie
No, we'll
doodles.
figure something out. That is a session that I would like everyone there for. So if we can't work something out, we may postpone for a week. Or we may just postpone for a day or two if we can get everyone together on like a Monday. Provided that I don't have Trials of Eidos. Shit. We'll figure it out.
Well, that's just as well, because I won't be back until like Tuesday.
Okay. We'll figure something out and we will update you all as we go along. But regardless, let's go ahead and do our outros. Let's start with the subject of the matter. Let's start with Sarah.
Oh boy, they can find me at twitch.tv/wolfstalker16. When I come back, I'm going to be playing Resident Evil. Probably going to try and do that tomorrow. I know I need to start the game over. So that's a thing. But oh, I also have an update on my friend and her service dog. Taylor had her first real emotional breakdown the other day, and Coco handled it like a champ.
Yay!
Good.
Coco is doing very, very good for Taylor and just continuing to make her life so much better.
Good.
Taylor is very thankful for that dog.
Good doggo. Good doggo.
That's a good pup.
But that is all I've got.
Alright, pass it to someone.
Let's go with River.
That's me. You can find me over at twitch.tv/wickedriver97, where I'm doing a different game this week. I just got Skyrim. I think I'm gonna fucking play Skyrim this week.
Are you gonna make Lily? I realize you can't exactly make, like, gnomes in that game.
There's mods.
That's true. Yo, make a mod so you can make Lily. And then date the best girl in the game,
Or
Serana.
Neffy, because Neffy is my model.
Neffy would also work. That makes sense, actually.
Oh, look, you're finally awake.
So, yes, we'll be doing that this week. So you can find me there for that. And then Sunday mornings, you can find me with my partner Cuddles on my channel. We're playing the We Were Here series together. And it's actually a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
I'm terrible at it. But that's it for me, and I'm gonna pass it to my good friend Joe Mojo, who's not getting out of this.
You say good friend. I harassed you on the daily to avoid that title.
Yeah,
Anywho.
and Tart decides to fucking enter my channel with "Get fucked, bitch."
True, I did do that.
So...
No, it was get fucked, idiot. Please, get it right.
Yeah, that... yeah!
Much better.
Better!
Any hoozles. Hey everybody, my name is Joe Mojo. You can go ahead and find me over at Twitter at the Joe Mojo, where I post mostly a bunch of nonsense, as well as updates for my streams at twitch.tv/Joe_Mojo, where I am the host of MNW Firing Line, your one-stop recap shop of everything Multiverse, Nexus, Wrestling. The road to Multivania is still upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and oh man, it is getting spicy. So go ahead and check that out on Thursdays at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And go on tomorrow night. Just go on and check out Casey Punk's YouTube channel for Monday night's duels. And, oh, I've got some words from my opponent last week, Mr. Icarus, especially with his duel going into the summer duels. And he better not lose. That's all I have to say. Anyway, I'm gonna throw it on to Frost. Frost. Hey, Frost. Hey, Frost. Hey, Frost.
I got it, my dear friend. You
Hey,
don't need
hey,
to do
hey.
this.
Hey, Frost. Hey, Frost, guess what?
Chicken butt.
Yes, go.
Hi everybody, you can find me here at twitch.tv/jfrost747. We will finally be finishing up Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. We'll be going back into Borderlands and probably doing some hodgepodge streaming here and there. Other than that, you can also find me on Twitter at Frost747J, where I post a lot of shit posts, memery, and now, soon to be, well, minis, because I may have found a bargain barrel sale of some Intercessor Marine minis for like $20. And I may have bought 3 of them. But yeah, that's it. So, gonna toss this over to you, CG. Here you go, sir.
Thank you kindly, my good man. Hello, I'm CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me on this channel every other Tuesday for The Curse of Strahd. It is an off week this week, which is good because my players probably need a little time to prepare for next week.
Boy, howdy do we.
Mm-hmm.
Why must we suffer?
Because Barovia.
We're in Barovia. What do you mean?
Can't have shit in Barovia!
That's just perpetual
can't.
Barovian existence.
Well, yeah, you can't. There's a reason why the populace is soulless.
It's true.
Dude, I was telling CG that I thought this was an on week for Curse of Strahd the other day, and I got really upset when really upset when I found out it wasn't. I got Sedge.
As a DM, oh, that made my heart swell. It's probably the greatest feeling of emotion that I had from my group since all of the fear that I had instilled within with Baba Lysaga. Oh, it does a DM good. It does a DM good. But other than that, you can also find me on Burnout Vaughn's channel every other Saturday for Saved by the Spell, a Strixhaven campaign run by our very own J Frost.
Howdy.
Yeah. But that's it for me. Let's toss it over to our DM extraordinaire, Turtles.
That's me. Hello. I had all my notes prepped for the session today. And definitely did not spend several hours today making sure I had everything together because I was definitely not too busy during the week. Hello, yes, it is I, Twitch's fluffiest pastry chef and resident humble dumble master, Farting Tart. You can find me here at twitch.tv/Farting Tart, where, actually, fun fact, you won't find me because I'm not going to be streaming this week. I'm taking a break because this week is SGDQ, and this week I'm prepping. I'm doing some final preparations for my move, some of the final like business oriented stuff. As that is likely going to be July 14th is the day that I move proper. So, whew boy, we are quickly approaching. But yes, normally I take off the week for streaming during the SGDQ, and I figured that it makes sense to do it now as I actually have stuff I need to do. So I'm going to be doing that, but there will still be D&D stuff. Like we will still have an episode of Exilia Regalia, maybe next week, provided that we are able to. I will still be on other D&D stuff this week. Like I'll be on Trials of Eidos tomorrow, where we are doing a Trials of the Shogunate or Tales from the Shogunate one shot tomorrow, run by Mr. HelixX. And on Thursday, I will be on Sean's channel as part of Bev's game that she has been running for us recently, where, boy howdy, did we have a rough time last session.
Oh, that's putting it lightly.
Yeah. Hey, nobody died
Yet.
yet. But be sure to tune in there where I play as everyone's smart inventor gnome Bit, who is the inventor of the Bit Mech, the Bit Griddle, and what will eventually be Bit Donald's. Apparently, because that is the joke that we are going with now. But yeah. I also will probably sass Bev about Roxmore. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, that's me. Again, no streams here this week, but I will still be on stuff, so make sure to tune in for that. But that being said, I guess we should raid somebody, shouldn't we?
Yes.
I don't even know who the fuck's on. Like, normally on my streams I have a general idea of who's on, but right now I got no idea.
I got it, bro.
I can help you there.
Whoa, whoa. Everyone's talking at one time.
Sorry.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
I've got Hartley Reaper with 1 viewer, Sasquatch Wing with 2 viewers, Gumsy Kinda Guy with 2 viewers.
Yeah, I see.
Brawl
I know
with
who we're gonna
three.
wait. I know who we're gonna raid because I don't get to raid them all
Raid?
that often.
You're gonna wait him?
We are going to raid Mr. Nero Napier.
I knew as soon as
Wait,
your voice
Nero's
changed
on?
who we
Nero
were
is
fucking
on.
raiding.
He's
fine.
doing Dark Souls 3.
He's doing Dark
Yeah, with
Souls
Bromad.
with our other resident dog, Bromad the Nomad. I'm gonna just real
boy.
quick. I'm gonna tune in to make sure he's not wrapping up stream, which I don't think he is.
Probably not.
But
Who
we
knows?
don't get to raid Nero all that often, so we are going to do that.
Yeah, he's like 2 hours in. It shouldn't be.
I'm getting a fucking ad for Halo Infinite, so I won't fucking know.
I got Uber
Fuck
Eats.
Halo Infinite.
Please, Halo.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
there
doesn't.
is.
It doesn't look. It doesn't look like
Yeah, he's-
look like that. He's closing anytime soon.
Alright, cool. So yeah, we're gonna raid Nero. Everyone go show Nero a little bit of love. Let him know who sent you. Nero has recently gone through a bit of shit, so make sure to show him some extra love just for him. And maybe throw a few dollars his way, because he's currently in the middle of doing an emergency fund. So make sure to go do that. But we love you all. We will see you all next time here at War of the Shattered Sun, Exilia Regalia, whatever the fuck you want to call us. But, as always, remember, Black Lives Matter, Trans Lives Matter, stop Asian hate, and most importantly, you matter. We love you all, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye!
See ya.
Bye.
Hello, YouTube. Welcome. This, if you're watching this, this should be after our session. I am joined by the Punkyard Dog.
Hi.
Punk unfortunately had to step away during our last session because she wasn't feeling well, and so we are going
Suddenly
to.
got super sick. Sorry.
That's okay. The point is now that you are better, and so we are going to actually really quick here while we have some time. We're going to go through and we are going to do the stuff I wanted to do for you during our last game day, if that is cool with you.
Yeah.
Or you could just say "fuck you, I don't want it" and leave. But I don't think you're gonna do that.
I'm
I
not
hope you're
gonna
not
do
gonna do that.
Nah. I like surprises too much.
Yes. Well, Punk, as it is a different day, I will say, how about you go ahead and make me a test roll?
Inspiration.
Inspiration.
Probably not. No.
No.
I tried for that 18. Try to get close.
That's okay. Allow me to. I'm just now realizing I didn't have dice out, so I'm getting that out at the moment. But allow me to put on some music, and we'll go ahead and get started, if that's cool with you.
Yeah.
Corey! No.
Reihua Kore.
Yeah, my Serious
Roll
Music
me
folder was
initiative.
open, and I was like, oh, I gotta drop something. I gotta freak her out at least a bit. Let's go with... I like that. You like that? I like that.
Yeah. That
try
sounds good.
Turn that down just a tad. Corey, last time after you guys arrived back home, your tired body was met by the warm, caring embrace of your love, Diana LeBlanc. She used her magical knowledge and her magical healing to help you to the best of her ability. You're still tired and sore after the several fights you've been in, including a bite from an actual factual Flamboyant Viper, but you thankfully, due to the care of your party and the care of Diana, as well as perhaps the anti-venom you took, seems like you won't be benched for that long. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any adverse effects from your Flamboyant Viper bite, Jesus, which has been properly bandaged and treated. Diana, hoping to have you rest for a bit, knows better than to fight you on it. So, she has offered you a chance to come and help her with the Twilight District alongside Nexus Aragon. You happily accepted, and you ended up meeting Apostle Marcel Basilicus, who, for all intents and purposes, is Diana's worrywart assistant. You and Diana personally oversaw as Skritlix and Phi were given their own spot and supplies. Now, the group of you are heading back to the castle after a hard day's work. Marcel is currently following behind you guys. Lady Diana, I must insist you come back to the Echodea. You have several individuals who were wanting to speak with you, and he's been kind of hassling you guys a little bit as you've been walking, and it's at this point that Diana finally turns around and is like, Brother Marcel, I'm very tired from this very physical day. I understand the importance of needing to speak with them, and I promise I will come by tomorrow and handle any and all business you want to throw at me. But tonight, I would like to take a hot bath after being out in the cold all day and spend a few moments with my love, if that is all right with you. And as she says that, she kind of gestures to you. What is Corey's response to this as this is going down?
She'll look over at Diana with a nice warm grin, like, aw, thank you. And then look over at Marcus, like, with a small wave, like, yes, that's me.
Yes, that's me.
Hi.
He looks to you, Corey, and his gaze lingers, but for a moment, and then back to Diana, and you can see a bit of realization. A look of realization comes over him. Right. My apologies, my lady. And Diana, still with her hand in yours, puts her other hand on his shoulder. It's all right. I understand your desire to do a good job, brother. And you are hardly the first person I've met who doesn't know when to take a break. And at that, she kind of gives you a smirk.
That's the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it?
Maybe.
Oh, definitely. Your vigor is appreciated, though. Do you want me to call you Marcus or Mr. Brother Basilicus? Since I exist on the outside of all this Echodea hierarchy, you know.
Marcel is fine.
Marcel.
Normally we reserve titles for members of the clergy.
Good. Because I find that a bit stuffy anyway.
You hear Diana give a slight chuckle at that, and then she turns back to him. I will see you tomorrow, brother. And he looks to you, Diana. Yes, Lady Diana. He does a gentle, half bow, looks to you, kind of does the same, and he goes off to somewhere. He separates from your group. She turns back, and she takes Nexus's hand in her other hand, so... Actually, no, Nexus is on your other side. So actually, you have Nexus's hand in one of your hands, and her hand in the other.
Okay, so I'm in the middle.
Yes, you're in the middle.
Gotcha. She's gonna give Diana a cheeky grin. My, how forward of your secretary. Only a half bow.
I know, right? We better watch out.
He should be kowtowing to the floor.
We should be
and she'll bump shoulders with Nexus. Trying to tell me, it's a joke.
Yeah, Nexus kind of laughs at that a little bit. He's very serious. And Diana, as the two of you are saying that, she goes, yeah, he has a good heart. But I am going to punch him if he keeps pushing me. But that's not very becoming of my station. And she kind of like throws her other hand up in the air a little bit. Kind of like in a mocking fashion.
Yeah, I can tell we're probably going to be hearing more of that phrase in particular. Too much of a lady. It's unbecoming of a lady.
Yeah,
I had a few nobles on the trails.
Oh,
talk about their lady servants or other things. You know, if they were sitting in certain like positions, it was considered undignified, or they would pass me, like I'd see them up in the trees and be like, "Oh, that looks cool. Like, how did you learn to do that?" And be like, "She's not a lady. That's how she learned how." It's like, God's above.
Yeah, no, I've definitely.
Your women can't climb trees. No wonder you always have guards with you.
She kind of gives you a look like, whoa.
If you can't climb a tree to get away or defend yourself, like, I imagine something of those of higher ranking having to learn to defend themselves, but also knowing how to get the hell away. If you can't climb trees, you best hope your person or whatever is pursuing you is in fact a person. Because if you're against an animal, like a moose or a bear, you're fucked. Sorry, Nexus, and she obviously too late, past the point, claps her hands over his ears like, ah!
He's kind of, his face is kind of taken aback as hands suddenly cover his ears, and Diana just calmly looks at you quietly and goes, I'm gonna be honest, I think you lost me a little bit. And then she starts chuckling a bit. But I kind of get what you mean. I've definitely met a few nobles and individuals of high station over the past few weeks who,
I can only imagine.
If it weren't for my current station, I would have choice words for, but that's neither here nor there.
But I exist outside of that station. Do you have any messages you'd like me to pass along? Just batting her eyes up at Diana.
She looks at you for a moment. None that I can say here in public. Nor with the child next to us. And you see Nexus kind of looks up at you too. Like, wait a second, that's me!
Tussle Nexus's hair as they walk.
You guys walk for a little bit and you eventually make it back to the castle. And as you're kind of walking through the halls, making your way back to the room, Diana turns to you and she goes, I'm gonna go ahead and run a bath if that was alright. Would you mind taking Nexus to his room?
Of course.
Thank you. She gives you like a peck on the cheek and she separates from the three of you. You and Nexus.
Alright, so you have the option of walking with me, Nexus. Or if you want to do a piggyback ride.
I was about to roll for it, but I'm like, he's a kid. I mean,
he's like 10.
There's only one option.
Piggyback. Piggyback.
Piggyback, please.
Good choice.
I will say, as you are quite sore, I will make you make an athletics check for this. Not a high DC. I'm more looking to see if you nat 1.
Fuck!
Not a nat 1!
Two.
Not a nat 1. I was looking for the nat 1. We didn't get it. It takes more effort than you care to admit, as you can feel your muscles practically screaming from the torment.
Like, almost like spasming underneath the
Yeah.
Ha.
You feel like
I got it.
You feel like the wiggly leg for a second, like whoa.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
But you are without any real issue, able to carry him to his room. As you are helping him sort of settle down for the evening, he looks to you and he goes, Auntie Corey, can I ask you a question?
Of course. Questions are great.
Is my dad gonna be okay?
Well, that one's a bit of a tough one, just because, well, I mean, you know about wars and stuff. I'd imagine you've been taught about them a little bit, and those can be unpredictable, but your father is a really good fighter. He's made it through more battles than probably you or I could count. And he got to survive those through skill of some sort. I don't think he's made it this far without, knowing what he's doing. So I think he'll be fairly okay.
Okay.
Battled and bruised along the way, injuries do happen, but I genuinely think he'll be alright, yes.
Okay. I've just been, I've been a little worried about him since
I
he
would be
learned
too.
about what happened with Mom. Corey, make me a
Ow! Ice in the veins! Ow!
Make
That
me a
hurt.
history check real quick.
4! Fuck!
Okay.
You're not gonna ruin this bonding! Roll 20, eat my dick.
Do you have inspiration by chance?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So 4 it is. You're like, your mama. Da.
Not a super hard check, admittedly. But you're
I imagine it takes her a good minute, but like, oh wait, right, there was that one person.
You're pretty confident after giving it a moment of thought. You're pretty confident that you haven't told Nexus about what happened with his mom.
Your mom? I thought she passed away a while ago.
Well, when...
Not that it, you're not allowed to be hurt. Yeah. But,
Well, when
yeah.
those bad people took me, they brought me to a lady who said she was my mom. And I didn't know what to think. I thought they were lying, but then when... Please don't be mad.
Hmm?
I may have listened to your conversations a bit with my dad and learned about what you guys saw with my mom. And,
Her face kind of falls. I'm so sorry you had to hear that. Yes and no. She has your mom's memories, but the way they brought her back, you can tell that she's changed a little, right?
I guess so.
Maybe.
I mean, I never really got to meet my mom to begin with, so...
I don't know how to explain this either. Because I don't know her, so this is gonna be... She was not brought back with the same mechanisms and with the same magic that someone here could, with the Echodea, with Diana. This is a bit different magic, and I think that the people who brought her back, their intentions changed her a bit because that was on their hearts, if that makes sense. Bad people doing, yeah.
I'm gonna make a roll for him real quick. Oh, poor baby. Oh, poor baby. I gave you so much faith. He looks at you and he kind of nods. But you're wise enough to know that just from the look on his face, he doesn't really get it. He's trying.
Ah, I know how this will work. So, Nexus, do you remember when we were still out and you were still with us during our adventures, you know, on the road?
Yeah.
How cooking with some things, like say if you had a sauce or something and it was on a utensil, if you use that in another, you know, if we use the same dishes while making breakfast and then we did it for lunch, if you have a sauce, sometimes that'll get off on what you're using it in the second one if you don't clean it, right?
I think so.
Sort of like that, but with magic and intentions. People who are bad doing things with magic. Sometimes I almost feel like it kind of coats whatever they use their magic on. I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a better
things,
roll.
yeah.
He looks at you and goes, I think I get it.
So that she is your mom, but she's not the person that your father, Diana, and everyone's told you about. She is different. This is a different version of your mother. And I'm so sorry for all of the confusion and hurt you might be feeling because of it.
He nods a bit and he kind of gives you a hug. A real tight hug, and he quietly just goes, I don't like what they did to my mom.
No one likes it, Nexus. I'm so sorry they did. But don't look at me.
He looks up at you. You can see there are very light tears beginning to build up in his eyes.
Anything that she says or does now, do not think of it as your mother doing it. Your mother that, you know, that you've been told about is a human who had her own flaws. But this, don't let anything you see or hear with her now that after she's been brought back color the stories and things that you've been told before. Okay? Think of those as, try and think of it as two separate people because they really are different. I don't want you to lose your memories of your mom.
Above game, what
stories.
memories of his mom?
Shut up! Like the memories, stories that like his dad did. He was
I
like,
know.
oh, your mom did this. Like, yeah, don't let that. I want him to have the cute stories
I
like this
know.
idea of his
I'm
mom.
making shit.
Yeah.
Would it help if I thought of someone else as my mom?
I mean, perhaps it could.
Like Miss Diana or like you? I think you and Miss Diana would be good moms.
I feel like I need to make a charisma saving throw for that. Oh my heart!
Make me a charisma saving throw.
Oh my god! He got me good! Fuck!
That's 3 twos in a row!
Oh my god!
Oh, and you've already refreshed that. You closed that window and you reopened that entirely.
Yes.
You feel your heart sink in your chest after that, and you are physically taken aback by that for a moment. You are able to recollect yourself, but whoo, that hit hard.
That hit her in the gut, and I feel like she also struggled between hurt on behalf of him, but also sheer just like embarrassment flooding her veins. It's like, wait! Wait! That has implications. Like, you know. Oh god. I picture like her face turning pink. Is like, God, you're a sweet young lad.
He
Oh, I
smiles.
just want to eat you up. She's gonna grab him, like hug him real tight.
He smiles and he laughs a little bit.
I don't mind if you think me, but I would honestly talk with your father. He's the other, he's your parent. He's your dad,
I wish
But
I could talk to him right now.
He'll be home soon. Before you know it.
He nods again.
And if you want, we can make a blanket fort real quick for you to sleep in.
Can we?
Yeah.
The two of you together begin to build a blanket fort. Go ahead and I'll call this with advantage. I'll give you advantage for this because you're working together. Go ahead and make me. What do I call a check for a blanket fort?
Whatever you would, I don't know, something crafting? Like what stat do you use? Like, oh, you want to make this? What would that be? Maybe.
I wonder if anyone has thought of this. Hold on. Stat for making a blanket fort. D&D.
Crafting stat.
Silly item, blanket of fortitude. I love that, actually.
I love that.
That's really fun. I'm just gonna call this a performance check with your dex modifier.
So I'm rolling a d20 plus 2?
D20 plus whatever your dex is.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, D20 plus 2. With advantage.
How do I add that? Do I put ADV after, or?
There should be a add the 2 or do advantage.
Do advantage.
There should be a toggle on your sheet somewhere.
There is a toggle on the sheet, but that's not a... I mean, do you want me to just make you a dex check then?
A dex check
click
should
the
be
dex
fine,
with
yeah.
the advantage? Okay,
Yeah, that should be fine.
Good. 21.
It's a hella good blanket fort. You've made a number of blanket forts in your life, and this is one to be proud of. This is one you'll remember.
It's like pitching a tent, right? It's just a little bit, tiny bit different. Just, yeah, it's modified.
Yeah. As you're about to depart from him for the night, he stops you at the door. Auntie Corey,
Mm-hmm.
will you and Miss Diana come by my sparring practice tomorrow?
Ooh. Oh, how can I turn down such a nice invitation? We'll definitely try our best. I'm not sure. I know Diana might be busy. I know Marcel said he would drag her away for something. So if she can't make it, I will do my best because I'm not tied to their duties.
He smiles and he nods. I was hoping you could maybe teach me how to fight a bit more.
Well, I need to heal a little bit more. She is gesturing to the band-aids. But I will take notes during your lesson to see what they've covered with you, your strengths, and see if there's anything we might need to work on.
He nods.
There might be some things that I could help to, like I could also help your instructor help you, just, side coaching, co-coaching from, the sidelines.
He smiles and he nods. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
And then he begins to sort of ensnare himself in his blanket fort. Good night, Auntie Corey.
Good night, Nexus. Sweet dreams.
You head out for the night and you make your way back to your room. And as you enter, Diana is sitting there on the bed. She's undressed somewhat, and you can see she's got a book in her hand that she's like a notebook or something that she's writing something in. She looks at you. There you are. Is he doing all right?
Yep. She's gonna walk in the room and plank and face plant her face on the bed.
He said he thought of us like moms.
I almost understood what that said. I'm sorry.
He said he thought of us like moms.
Now I have to
Her
make
face
a,
gradually turns pinker.
now
I
have to
don't
make
know
a
how to
charisma
feel
save for
about it.
her. Okay. She looks at you and she kind of puts her hand on her chest. Oh.
I know.
It was so cute.
Oh, I love that child.
I love him too.
But did that hurt? It was right after. I think. What did he say? Wasn't it right after that he asked about his mom?
Yeah. He
Right after
said
that.
would it be he seemed to imply that his coping mechanism would involve thinking of somebody else as his mom, and then he hit you with, I think you and Lady Diana would be good moms.
Yep. She'll relay that. I didn't know. I mean, he can think of us as mom. I did not tell him to call us mom. I told him that would be a talk for his dad.
As you're kind of going off on this, she leans in and she kisses you. And as she kind of pulls away, she quietly goes, I think you make a great mom.
You would trust me with a child.
I mean, not my child.
Me, me first greeting you with being a lynx, or what was it, a snow leopard or something?
It was a lynx.
It was a lynx.
I mean, kids like cats above game. I forget. A lynx is a cat. Yes. Lynx
Yes,
is a
it
cat.
is.
Kids like cats.
House cats. People generally don't have kids around magic users who can turn into, I don't know, a giant fucking moose. I don't know. All right.
Nah, I think you'd be good. I think it would take you.
It's
a little
natural,
Time to get
it's-
used to it, but I think you'd be good at it.
I don't know. I feel like I'm stepping on someone's toes. And she thinks back to his mom. A certain supposed to be dead bitch's toes.
Yeah, that's.
Fuck them, by the way, for bringing her back. That was fucked up.
Oh, I truthfully have been pulling myself back from coming on your adventures for the main reason of worried that I will lose myself the moment I see Marissa or Amnon or any of those motherfuckers in that group ever again. You see, she kind of gives like a smile, like I will burn down the world for that child
I
smile.
will poke holes in your arteries and watch you bleed out while
Yep.
I eat popcorn off on the side.
Yep. But, anyways, I've drawn a bath. Now, I need to look at your bandages again. I want to take a look at that wound again.
Oh my, how forward.
I know.
All right. Let's see what the damage is.
She,
And she'll start taking off the bandages
Yeah.
if she can.
you kind of sit up and you start taking off some of the smaller stuff. And the smaller stuff has healed for the most part. You got a couple, like, nicks and cuts from some of the Kruthiks, but a lot of them have already stopped bleeding and are rather okay now. You had a pretty nasty gash on your side that you kind of look at and you're like, yeah, a bit longer with that. Kind of reclean it, redress it. And Diana, as you're doing this, she takes off the bandage that is around your shoulder and she looks at the back of your shoulder where you remember distinctly that is where the viper bite went down. You only got pierced by one fang proper, but fuck. The fang was huge. It left a pretty severe, I would say, hole in your shoulder before healing magic, but now it has healed much better because that is the wonder of healing magic. And she kind of looking at it, you feel her fingers kind of trace down the back of your shoulder, kind of around the spot, and it's tender, it's a bit sore, but it doesn't hurt anymore per se,
Yeah.
thankfully.
Winslet, as when her fingers draw near it.
She kind of pulls back a bit. Sorry.
No, just you're fine. Just a little tender.
Yeah, this is gonna leave a nasty scar, but for the most part, it seems like you'll be fine.
I think my scars make me look cute.
I think so too. And you feel as she slowly leans in and she kisses the top of your shoulder.
No, absolutely spoiled I am.
Yeah. And you feel her arms kind of drape around you and she holds you close. She kisses your cheek. It has been a long few weeks, hasn't it?
Yep, and we still have more to do.
Yep.
Always more.
Oh.
Speaking of more to do, oh, you first.
No, you first, because mine may drag into a different conversation.
Oh, do you mind if I don't accompany you on your duties tomorrow? Nexus wanted one or both of us. He wanted both of us to show up to his sparring lesson tomorrow.
Oh, he would love you could go.
I know. I did tell him that Marcel was probably gonna have you busy, so he was fine. He didn't show any sad. He kind of not deflected, but more just went along with that I could come.
Tell him tomorrow I can't show up, but I will absolutely be at the one after, and I will burn the world down if I am not there. Don't tell him I said that last part. That is me telling myself that. He has been working really hard. Garrett's been training him, actually. And
Above game, who is that?
Garrett Thornhill is one of the members of the Vanir Guard.
Okay, I thought so.
He's a rather grumpy individual from what you've known, but he's kind of warmed up to your group.
No.
He is surprisingly good with kids, apparently. Which I will admit...
Refreshing. Surprising, but refreshing.
I'll admit, it has me curious. But... Marcel was right. Brother Basilicus was right. I do have some duties that I can't put off any longer tomorrow, so I unfortunately won't be there. But I am so happy for you. I'm happy to see for you to see the progress he's making. I know you'll have a good time.
Oh, absolutely. He even wanted me to help, but on account of this still healing. I told him I'll try and coach from the side if Garrett will let me.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
If he hasn't just thrown me out by then.
Well, maybe. We'll find out.
Yeah, we will.
As for my thing, and she gets up and she goes over to the side, and she picks up what looks to be a large crystal. Go ahead and make me a Arcana check with advantage.
Soft 20.
You've seen these before. You would know it as a sending stone. She comes back over and she sits next to you. Theon gave me this earlier today. It was meant more as a gesture to your group, but he lent it to me as a, as a way of passing it on. But it is a sending stone directly to Cedric. And you watch as her gaze kind of lingers on it for a few moments.
Like the one I have for you.
Yeah, actually. And... well, first, hooray, we can get in touch with Cedric. Second, it made me sort of think that maybe I should have talked to him a bit more before he left. Not just, in general, but feel like I need to clear the air with him about the thing I told you a few nights ago.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, absolutely.
I am sorry that I held that from you.
Like I said, it was a little not concerning, not worrying. It was more surprising, I guess. But once I got over that, then I don't know, it just made me feel even closer to you because you trusted me with it. I mean, I would hope so. I mean, I don't plan on I don't plan on leaving you, so you're kind of stuck with me until you tell me to go, so.
You feel her other hand kind of she gently lays her other hand on your leg, and she leans over and she kisses your shoulder again. I couldn't do that.
Good, because I don't know how to tell you this. It would be very hard for you to get away without me finding you eventually.
I believe that, actually.
Not like a stalky way, but like if you went missing, I would travel to the ends of the earth.
I
in
knew
all the
what
realms.
you did. See, now you made it weird. And she kind of like nudges you a bit.
She face plants her hands again. What do you mean, like my last conversation with Cedric? You want to talk about weird? Oh God, drown me in the tub. Never mind. And she just like,
whoa,
gets
wait,
up.
no, hold on. And she like stops. I want to hear about this. What happened with the last time you spoke with Cedric?
It was just, it was just the, well, not last time. It was just before he left, like he physically left. He was, you know, we were on I think I told you about this, the Twilight District, when we were walking around above you. Did I tell her about that? I thought I did.
I don't think so.
Okay, so, but
And
you
if
remember
and
the
if
conversation
it turns
that
out
I'm
we
talking
did,
about,
we can
yeah?
retcon it.
No, I mean, yeah, we can, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you remember the talk though, right?
I
Well,
remember
then
the
I'm
talk.
referencing. Okay, yeah.
I remember the talk that you had with Cedric. I don't think you've had this discussion with Diana.
Might have snuck up on him, said hi. I didn't know if he was trying to be overt or not, but I just feel like a worm. Ah! What am I doing talking to you both? What am I doing dating you? I am but a worm.
Are you okay?
No. I never cared about titles. They're stuffy. They're just another word to say before your name, honestly, but I feel severely out of my depth all of a sudden.
Rehua Kore, are you implying what I think you're implying?
Ma'am, I thought I look here, babe. I thought I was a bookworm until I met you, okay? Though my expansive knowledge is vast, it is fairly different from yours. And I just worry that I'm not enough. So I guess I just saying it out loud though now I realize the dumb insecurity it is when we have, you know, a king's library, you know, just kind of laying around as a free resource. You know?
Not enough. And you can see she's just kind of like nodding to herself, kind of looking around. Not enough. She slowly turns and looks back to you. That is some horse shit, Rehua Kore.
Excuse me?
You think you're not enough, Corey? You are now part of an international group of adventurers, of heroes. You have seen things that most people couldn't even dream of seeing. You've seen actual legends. You received the blessing from the Umberwood. And you think that's not enough?
She brings up her hand to Diana's cheek. I don't think anyone's good enough for you, to be real. To be frank.
That's pretty gay. But you're wrong. And she leans in and she kisses you.
No. I can just imagine, I can just see her like about to like open her mouth in response, like, ah! Nice way to be told, shut up, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep. The two of you linger for a moment, and as she slowly pulls back, she goes, "It sounds like to me that we have to have another discussion. Not just between the two of us, but..." And she looks down at the gym.
Sorry?
No, that was it. She looks down at the gym.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't say
Sorry.
anything else.
Sorry. Oh, God's above. You're trying to give me a heart attack, aren't you?
Is it working?
Yes.
She's saying,
Too well, in fact, and she gets up to go back to the bathroom. Drown me in the tub. I don't know how you're gonna do it, because I can breathe water, but damn do I wish I could drown.
"Oh, I'll do
right
more
now."
than that." And she sets the gem on the bed and she follows you. It is a nice night. It is a night of rest, and it is most certainly, after the hard couple days you've been through, is a night that you most certainly needed.
Good shit. Oh, I love it.
The
Comfy,
next,
cozy nights.
yes.
Cozy, cute girlfriends.
Yes.
Yes. Good shit.
The next couple days, or I guess the next day, while Diana is off doing her normal duties, you do attend Nexus' sparring lessons, which, after some time, Diana does make time to show up for. And you are able to give him some pointers, all to Garrett's, dismay, I suppose. Apprehensiveness. But
Did she introduce him to the quarterstaff? Because I feel like that would also help with spatial awareness too, if you already didn't have it, you know?
not only that, you taught him how to throw a proper punch.
Yes!
But the next couple days, it is a lot of time spent with you and Diana, relaxing, spending much needed time together, and
Yeah.
you teaching Nexus some of the wonders about your, I won't say unique, but differing combat style. And if that is all...
Creative combat, I like to call it.
Creative. Hell yeah. Like lobbing off your own hair and using that as a weapon. Which, by the
Dude,
way...
did she tell him about that? I feel like she told him, like,
I feel
for
like
instance,
that
you can
would
use the environment. You can even use yourself. She says, gesturing to your hair, like pulling a little bit away,
Yeah.
like showing it come off.
Everything
putting
is
it
a
back.
weapon. Even your own body. But... this would have taken place before what we just did. But...
Yes.
Diana absolutely loves the new haircut. She thinks it is very cute and very gay.
I can picture her like telling the story. It's like, and I threw it.
Yeah, that
Got
was
her in
like
the
one of the
fucking face.
that was like when you came back that night. That was like you stayed up for like an extra hour just telling her the story, and her just being like, "That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Reckless, but very cool. And I don't mind the new look."
I mean, it's just hair. It'll grow back anyway.
Correct.
Who knows? I may find a different move to use when I throw it next time.
Ooh.
Who knows what else I can.
I just got the idea of Corey lopping off a piece of her hair and turning it into like an icy quarterstaff.
Yes!
That'd be cool as fuck. But anyways,
Yep.
with that, I believe we are going to wrap up, if that was alright with you.
Sure.
Punkles, for the good viewers at home, where can people find you?
You all can find me on Twitch, Twitter, sometimes Instagram, and sometimes even rarely TikTok. Shoki Saturdays are kind of up in the air at the moment. I enjoy Yakuza, but I'm also just finding I like rotating different games or even trying new games every Saturday. Things that I've touched before, like we did last week with
We did
Overland.
Overland, where we were all
That was
dogs.
when I played at PAX. Yeah.
We were all dogs, and we got
We were
very
all
sad
dogs.
when we had to abandon other dogs.
We only abandoned one, excuse you. But yeah.
Well, we had
If
to
not,
leave
it'll be
other
my-
dogs behind that wanted our help.
I know.
That made us more sad than anything.
But yeah, and I'll be trying to streams might be like not more infrequent. I'll be trying doing more, but it's not going to be on a set schedule other than Saturdays being usually the other day will be a floating day, just as I start a new job, and I'm just really excited to be in a position where I can control my schedule more to be making more content, honestly.
Hell yeah.
My new job is much more flexible.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But,
And it's
Punk-
promised me consistency from the get-go, which is great.
Hell yeah. But Punkles, thank you for being here. Thank you
Thank
for
you!
allowing me to go back and run this bit that we may or may not have missed. And I can now say, for the YouTube crew, that this upcoming Sunday, we are not going to be having a session. I am going to be visiting some family for the last time before I do my move. And I won't be back until late Sunday night. So unfortunately, we will not be having a game, which honestly is for the best, as we will be missing CG anyway. And I would like to have everyone there for this next session for obvious reasons. But thank you anyway for watching YouTube, and we will see you later. Bye-bye!
Bye!